I'll call the meeting to order. Good afternoon. Welcome to the July 17th, 2024 City Council meeting. We acknowledge we're on the traditional lands of Treaty 4 territory, a treaty signed with 35 First Nations across southern Saskatchewan, parts of Alberta, and Manitoba, and the original lands of the Cree, Saulteaux, Dakota, Lakota, Nakota, and home of the Métis Nation. City of Regina owes its strength and vibrancy to these lands and the diverse Indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory, as well as settlers from around the world who continue to be welcomed here and call Regina home. Some members of council and administration are attending through video conferencing. Microphones, video cameras off when you go to speak. If you're asked to speak, I'll ask that you turn your microphones and cameras, if you're able, on. There'll be a change to the agenda order at the call of the chair as follows. Motion MN 24-9, City of Regina Flag and Proclamation Policy and related delegations and communications will be heard first, following consideration of the consent agenda. Motion MN 24-11, Baseball Facility, Regina Red Sox, and related delegations and communications will be considered second. Bylaw number 2024-46, the Regina Administration Amendment Bylaw, will be considered after item CR 24-90, Water Expansion Network. Can I have someone move a motion to approve the agenda at the call of the chair with the following adjustments: to add delegation DE 24-163, Al Simpson, representing Red Sox Regina SAS, to item MN 24-11, the list of delegations, and notice in motion 24-14, emergency shelter reconsideration. I'm just looking for a hand. Thank you, Councillor Bresciani, seconded by Councillor Stanichuk. Thank you. Pardon me, one moment. Yes, sir?
I just want to make sure the next step is where you pull something out of the consent agenda?
Yeah, next is consent.
I want to make sure I wasn't missing the boat. Thank you.
You're not. We are going to correct item number 24-88 to 24-96. We are going to correct item number 24-89 to 24-97. The following item, we're going to table the following items to the August 21st, 2024 meeting of City Council. Motion 24-7, motion 24-8, motion 24-10, and motion 24-12. I'll just look to my mover and my seconder. That's okay. All right. Then I'll call the question. Any opposed? Carried. Can I have someone move a motion to approve the meeting minutes from the June 26th and July 9th, 2024 meetings of City Council? Thank you, Councillor Hawkins, seconded by Councillor Bresciani. Any errors or omissions? Seeing none, I'll call the question. Any opposed? Carried. We'll now consider the consent agenda. The consent agenda is moved and voted upon without debate as one item, regardless of the number of agenda items included. The consent agenda for this meeting includes the following items: CR 24-91, 2025 Vanier Cup; 24-92, 2025 revaluation; 24-93, Transportation Master Plan Progress Report; 24-73, Jim Elliott from Regina, Saskatchewan. It's a related item, that's a communication, folks, related to item CR 24-94. CR 24-94, amendments to the Code of Ethics bylaw related to elections and campaigning. And CR 24-95, North Central Revitalization, North Central Strong. I'll now ask if any member wishes to remove any of these items from the consent agenda for consideration and debate at this meeting. Councillor Mancinelli.
Yeah, I'd like to pull matter CR 24-93, the Transportation Master Plan, for debate.
CR 24-93?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, it's off the agenda. Anyone else? Seeing none. Can I have someone then move a motion for the consent agenda as amended? Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli, seconded by Councillor Bresciani. Any questions? Or is there any concerns? Any opposed? Okay, carried. So item number CR 24-93 is deemed removed from the consent agenda and will be considered by council in the agenda order at the call of the chair. All right, we're going to get into motion 24-9, which is Flag and Proclamation Policy. We have Delegations Council. I would like to call upon Delegation Sam Baker. I'll call upon Delegation Sam Baker to please introduce yourself.
Come on.
Please introduce
Is now joining.
I'll try again. Please state your name for the record, the organization you represent, if any, where you reside. You'll have 5 minutes to present to council, after which they may have some questions for you. Welcome this afternoon.
Hi, my name is Samar, and I am I'm representing the people who are craving to be heard, to be seen, and to have their humanity recognized, the people who had to live through war atrocities and ethnic cleansing. I will start now. Do you want me to start now with my speech?
Please proceed.
Okay. So I'm here to, as I said, to represent everyone who has felt worried and concerned when we saw some flags flying in the city hall. The issue is not about this piece of a cloth called the flag. The issue is about the recognition of the people of that country and the feeling that they receive when they see their flag flying in my city. The question that I have here for the city councillor is, should the city of Regina show respect to a country that violates human rights and that is currently under investigation for war crimes and genocide? A country that does not respect international laws or international agreements related to wars. What I see here and what raises the worry, my worry and other citizens that I've been talking with, their worry was basically that raising a flag of such countries deliver a message that the city of Regina is actually endorses this criminal act. And by keeping our eyes blind and folded and not see that there are actually lots of international organizations, prestigious international organizations that are supposed to be represented, the humanity, presenting everyone. They are raising the flag that there are issues happening, and they are basically investigating crimes, investigating atrocity, and we just keep our eye blind and don't see these actions going. That's another concern. So the main concern comes here is that some of these atrocities are basically broadcasted live on TV, and many soldiers who hold double citizenships would come back to this to my city here and live among us, and they will feel proud of what they have done because they have been bragging on that over social media. They have been bragging about killing children. They have been bragging about destroying homes of civilians. They have been bragging about all the atrocities. They have been even laughing about a corpse eaten by a dog. A corpse eaten by a dog in the war zone. So I have also concerned that many of these people don't see others as equally human. They don't see, they deprive them from their humanity. So in this case, these people will be living in my neighborhood. They have this mentality, so they bring me this unsafe environment that I basically flee from to find a safe environment here in the city. And now I'm seeing these people living beside me, feeling proud about their crimes, and my city is supporting them. So I don't feel safe for myself or for my kids when I know that these individuals engaged in war crimes are welcomed in my community, and when I know that their sick mentality is welcomed in my community. So it's not about just a piece of a cloth, it's about a moral standing of my city and the support of such atrocities. I'm done.
Thank you very much, Sam Baker. I'll see if any member of council, I have Councillor Stanachuk has some questions. Please go ahead, Councillor Stanachuk.
Thank you for presenting is it Samara? Do you believe that we should have some kind of criteria as we do for organizations, but we should have some criteria for countries as well in terms of flying the flag of a country? We have that criteria for organizations, but we don't have it for countries. So you would support establishing criteria?
Exactly, and I don't see that the city of Regina has the capacity or in a position to make judgments. But if we see international organizations making such assessments, they are raising concern about atrocities. They are investigating, and we're talking about genocides and war crimes. These are big big titles that we should consider. So we are in a position to follow this organization and respect the decision or the judgment of this organization. We are not in a position to make our own judgment. So the criteria should be to look at what is happening around, around like those kind of organization, to take their decision and their judgment in consideration.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Stadnichuk. I don't see any other questions from council. I'll thank you very much for presenting and being here with us this afternoon, and ask that you please leave the meeting now.
Yeah, thank you very much. I can stay for a little. Samar
is now exiting.
You can stay tuned in, Samira. I would like to call upon Delegation Iman Almedawe. As you approach, I'm going to ask, when you have a seat here, yeah, you're going to state your name for the record, the organization you represent, if any, just yourself is fine too, where you happen to live, and you'll have 5 minutes to present to council, after which there may be some questions for you. Welcome this afternoon.
Thank you. My name is Iman Al-Mihdawi. I am a university professor at the U of R, and I've been living in Regina for 11 years, so I call Regina home. I am here to talk about, to speak to the motion. I will start by explaining that raising the flag of another country on its Independence Day is a gesture of goodwill, respect, diplomacy. This act can serve several purposes. First, it acknowledges and celebrates the historical significance of the other country's Independence Day and recognizes their national pride. It helps to strengthen diplomatic and bilateral relations between countries by showing mutual respect and fostering a sense of solidarity. It promotes cultural exchange, and what I would like to focus on here, it can be a symbol of support and solidarity, especially if the countries share common values. So we are here to talk about those shared common values. Does the city of Regina truly honor a country when prominent international organizations like the ICJ accuse its officials and army of genocidal and criminal behavior? When raising a flag of a country that is in a conflict and under investigation, raising the flag might be seen as taking a political stance, which could upset those who support one side of the conflict. There are several reasons why I believe that the city of Regina should not raise the flag of a country that is under genocidal investigation. First, Regina actually have a diverse population, including individuals of Palestinian descent or those sympathetic to the Palestinian cause. Raising the Israeli flag could be seen as disregarding their perspectives and feelings, potentially leading to community tensions, which we don't like to see in our city. Municipal governments should remain neutral on international political issues. Raising the flag could be seen as a deviation from this principle of neutrality, which we expect to see in our city. Raising one nation's flag might set a precedence that leads to expectations or demands to raise other nations' flags, which could become complex and contentious, and I'm not sure if the city would like to be spending their time looking into those political issues. These reasons reflect various perspectives on how such actions might affect the community relations, political neutrality, which we expect from the city, and focus of local government efforts, which should be on the community itself rather than political directions. The city of Regina should only raise flags of countries that uphold human rights, respect international organizations, and comply with international laws. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Bresciani, please go ahead. Oh, I apologize, Councillor Bresciani. Councillor Zakidniak, please go ahead.
Okay, thanks. Okay, I do have a couple of questions for you. First of all, did you hear any feedback from friends or others who had concerns with the Israeli flag being flown to commemorate the Independence Day?
Yes, I've heard many people complaining, and I think you have observed some people coming into the City Hall to speak about that and to raise the issue.
Do you have, would you have an approximation just to demonstrate, how many folks did you hear from saying that they were very concerned about this? Do you have any sense of the numbers?
The issue here is about humanity. It's not about a certain flag. I would say it's more about humanity. Living here in the city of Regina, people should be neutral, and having a flag that is raising issues, the number of people I meet with is not going to be the whole city of Regina, but that doesn't mean it doesn't represent a big portion of people. What is happening right now is affecting any person with human moral who cannot see people are being oppressed and killed every day. So it's just those kind of people, but that doesn't mean every person I talk to,
Right.
we talk about those issues or is going to come to the City Hall to talk about it.
But you did speak with multiple friends and community members who share your concerns. Is that accurate?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Zakidniak. Councillor Nelson, please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you for being here and addressing us today. I have a question. In your opinion, since you are a professor, I'm taking you as an educated person with many opinions and knowledge behind you. What do you feel about us in Regina only raising Canadian flags, Saskatchewan flags, Regina flags that represent our city and what we stand for, through the chair?
I think that would be great. There will be no issues with having the Canadian, the Saskatchewan, the city, any symbols of our nation. Is great to see every day, but when we see war crimes coming up and we see a flag for that, supporting that war crime, which I don't think the city of Regina supports any war crimes, that is the issue. But that would be great. That's not an issue too. Yeah.
Thank you. And the reason why I bring that up is because one person's opinion might be different than somebody else's opinion. So one person might have an opinion about one country and then have an opinion about another country. This way it's just a neutral playing field, whereas Canadian, Canada, Saskatchewan, we live here, we should be proud of our city, our country, and our province that we represent.
I 100% agree, and I also would like to mention that where do we want to spend our energy and effort?
Yeah.
Are we going to spend our effort on making Regina a better place and Saskatchewan a better place, or are we going to spend our efforts and energy on investigating those political issues that we're not experts and we're not part of?
And that's exactly my point.
There are organizations that are working on that, and in a few years, unfortunately, it takes a few years to see the results of those investigations, but there are people who are experts on that that are going to say if that's a genocide or not. But for us, we shouldn't be, I don't think we should be involved in that. Our efforts should be focused on making the city better.
And thank you for adding that, because that's exactly it. Focus our energy and our efforts on our city, our province, and on our country that we're living in. And one opinion may not be the value of a different person's opinion. And until they're proven guilty, we're supposed to lead by the innocent. So thank you for that. I appreciate your
Thank
opinion.
you.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councillor Nelson. Councillor Bresciani, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. In the question that Councillor Nelson just asked, that if we just did Canadian flags, Saskatchewan flags, when we welcome people here from other countries,
Yeah.
we want to also ensure that if they come with a small group or a larger group to celebrate something from their country, how would we do that then if we only then look at just Saskatchewan, Canada flags? If you're saying do not allow other countries for us to put up to celebrate that way.
One way is to raise the flags, but it's really not the only way, and I'm not sure why we chose to do that from the beginning. There are different ways to welcome people, and people don't feel that raising the flag is the only way to welcome people. Like, the country is built on acceptance and inclusion. Doing that day to day, feeling that in day-to-day operations is the best way to make people feel welcomed rather than raising that flag. I don't see that is the best way to welcome people. I can think of so many other ways we can welcome people and make them feel included and welcomed. And this happens all the time, and I always feel it. I've been here in the country for 20 years. I've been in Regina for 11 years, and I always feel welcomed.
Thank you. I don't know fully, and we'll ask administration, but we do it on days of such as Independence Day of a country, that kind of thing where they formed. Brings back, I think, the joy to the people who have called Saskatchewan home now. So what you're saying is that those flags should no longer be raised?
If the joy and celebration you're talking about going to bring joy to one group and is going to upset and make other groups feeling unwelcomed, unappreciated, then I don't think we need to be involved in raising that flag. And it's really hard to work on which flag should we raise and which flag we shouldn't raise. That's why I think the motion is about let's rely on other organizations who are the experts. As an education person, I always say, we always have to rely on the person who is the expert. So we have to rely on the experts, which are ICJ. It's an international organization that's working on the investigation. So I agree with you, people need to feel welcomed, but that's not the only way we can do it. And if that is going to bring lots of feeling of discomfort for other groups, then what about the other groups? What are you going to do with that?
Thank you. I'll leave my comments till later. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. I don't see any further questions for you. I'll thank you very much for presenting this afternoon.
Thank you.
And ask you to return. I'll call upon Delegation Sydney Taylor. As you approach, I'll ask you to please introduce yourself for the record. Does she need some assistance? You good? Okay. I'll ask that you state your name for the record, state an organization that you're representing, if any, and again, and representing yourself is just fine, and the city that you reside in. You'll have 5 minutes to present to council, after which time there may be some questions, and I'll just remind yourself and the rest of the delegations, this is a flag and proclamation policy that's being debated, so please go ahead.
Okay, my name's Sydney Taylor. I'm just representing myself. I live in Regina. As we all know, the Office of the City Clerk approved the Israeli flag to be raised on May 14th. Many of us made calls to the office to make our concerns known and ask that they take down the flag. Palestine Solidarity Regina posted a picture of the flag at City Hall saying, "No Pride in Genocide," that received over 1,000 likes, showing that this is an important issue to our city. While on call with the city clerk staff, I made a comparison of the Israeli occupation and genocide of Palestinians to the Holocaust and the genocide perpetuated by the Nazis. I asked if she would raise a Nazi flag if asked, and she didn't say no. Instead, she asked me, "Is that an Independence Day?" As if simply by it being Israeli Independence Day, it excuses them of all crimes against humanity for a day. As if she would raise the Nazi flag for the Nazi Independence Day. They stopped accepting calls after lunch and never took accountability for the harm caused. The city clerk also refused to raise the Palestinian flag for Nakba Day, the day after the Israeli flag was raised. Do you know what the Israeli Independence Day is celebrating? It is celebrating the Nakba, when over 750,000 Palestinians were ethnically cleansed from their lands. To create the State of Israel, they colonized the land by violently killing and expelling indigenous Palestinians from their homes. Where is your reconciliation now? Will you only take a stance on genocide when it is years down the line and it has already been committed? When there is no longer a risk to you or your title for standing up for what is right? This genocide is one of the most well-documented in history. The Israeli state has murdered over 12,000 children. They've committed countless war crimes, including the destruction and bombing of schools, hospitals, and refugee camps. They've killed aid workers, killed children in their tents in refugee camps, trapped the entire population of Gaza within what has been described as an open-air concentration camp, and prevented food, water, and basic necessities from reaching civilians. The apartheid state of Israel has no respect for life or international humanitarian law. The atrocities committed by the IOF have been well documented and shared widely. If you do not side with the oppressed, if you take a neutral stance in the face of genocide, you are siding with the oppressor. Will you, as City Council, side with an oppressive genocidal state as well? Or will you make the decision to stand up for Palestinians and do what is right? Now, the office of the city clerk, which is the office responsible for the decision to raise the Israeli flag, has asked me to remove 2 lines from my speech, which I have done. I do not believe that pointing out an act...
I'm going to turn your microphone off, because if it's your intention to read what was taken out in an argument... All right.
They've deemed them disrespectful to city staff. I'm not going to read the lines, but I do not believe that pointing out an act of racism is disrespect, but rather it is holding the city accountable. If you truly believe raising this flag was in line with city values and it is disrespectful calling it out as the act of anti-Palestinian racism that it was,
As I understand it, you are in fact making an argument for what was taken out so that it wouldn't be read on the, because we're not here to make derogatory comments as it relates to city staff. So thank you very much. I'll see if there's any questions. Seeing none, I'll thank you very much for your presentation this afternoon and ask you to return. Councillor Zakidniak?
The previous delegation made a statement that municipalities should remain neutral. And so this is one reason to either adopt the change to, if somebody's being investigated for genocide, the neutral position may be to stay out of it and not like pick a side, or to no longer raise the flags of countries, any country. What do you agree with that? What do you think about that?
I agree with like the what's laid out here, that the International Court has determined within the last 20 years that the state has violated or has plausibly violated the 1948 Convention. Like these, what's laid out here, I think is a really good way to follow it. Like for example, we've seen Ukrainian flags raised in solidarity with Ukraine, and I think that's wonderful. So I think we should see similar things like that with Palestinians, right? Like I don't think the city would raise the Russian flag at this time, so why would they raise the Israeli flag, right? So I think these guidelines here are really good guidelines to follow.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Zakidniak. Just 1 second. There are no further questions. Thank you very much. Cindy Taylor, I'll ask you to return to the gallery. Sorry, just one moment. We're just looking for the next virtual delegation. Council, we're just reconnecting to the next delegation. Council, while we wait, why don't we just take a motion to receive and file communication CP 24-72 from Dr. Michael Link of London, Ontario. Thank you, Councillor Stanichek, seconded by Councillor Zakidniak. Thanks very much. I'll call the question. Any opposed to receive and file? Thank you. Okay. Council, I'll give it 30 more seconds. Okay, Council, we can't reconnect with the other delegations, so I will make a motion to receive and file 24-159 as a communication from Melanie Monique Rose. Can I have a mover? Thank you, Councillor Stanichek. Thank you, Councillor LeBlanc. Any opposed? Carried. We'll now consider motion 24-9, the City of Regina Flag and Proclamation Policy. Councillor Stanichek, as this is your motion, could you please introduce the report?
Thank you, Mayor Masters. And just to clarify, do I read out
No.
the motion?
Yeah, the motion's
Okay.
the motion's been read out, so you can just, oh, you're making a few changes? Okay.
Yes.
Apologies, go ahead.
So I think the Deputy Clerk has that as well. So just that, therefore be it resolved that City Council amend the City of Regina Flag Protocol and Proclamation Policy to deny applications for flag raisings or proclamations for A, countries for whom the International Court of Justice has determined within the last 20 years that the state has violated the 1948 Convention on the Prevention of the Crime of Genocide, and B, any country that is under investigation for violations of genocide by the International Court of Justice. And two, to direct the city solicitor to prepare a bylaw to make the necessary amendments to the procedure bylaw number 9004 pertaining to the amendments to the proclamation to policy as described in this resolution after the required public notice is given. So I'll just, I think that from the presentations done from the delegations, it's kind of clear why this has been brought forward. Raising of a flag of a country that has been charged with or convicted of serious crime of genocide causes a lot of harm, I think, to the community in our city. Now, our current City of Regina Flag Protocol does state that flags of organizations, so not countries but organizations, which may be considered controversial, contentious, or divisive within the community shall not be flown at City Hall. So we do have discretion as a city when it comes to granting requests to fly flags or make proclamations for organizations. There is no discretion, however, when it comes to requests to raise a flag or make a proclamation for countries. If someone makes a request to the city to raise the flag of a country on its Day of Independence, the city shall raise the flag. It does not matter if that country is committing war crimes or ethnic cleansing. So there is inconsistency in our policy, and we need to ensure that our policy for all flag raising and proclamations adheres to human rights and community values. Now, some councillors may say that we shouldn't be taking a political position, but by flying the flag of a country, we are taking a position. We are honoring that country by raising their flag. And it's been pointed out, if someone made a request to fly the Russian flag on the Russian Day of Independence, we would raise the flag. It's as simple as that. You provide the flag to the city clerk's office and we'd raise the flag. And in defense of the city clerk's office, I'm not sure what happened in terms of the conversations that happened from residents, but the policy is pretty straightforward. You raise the flag if you have that request. So I guess one question I will have to the city clerk's office is just under our current policy, have we ever denied an organization's request to raise a flag or have a proclamation?
Thanks. One moment. Can Councillor Stanchuk please have a seconder?
Oh,
Thank you, Councillor Skibiak.
now, okay, yes, so I assume that there may have been cases in the past where we've had to deny requests from organizations.
Yes, through the mayor to Councillor Stanchuk, yes, there have been occasions when we have refused flags or proclamations. It's often to do with historical actions over in Europe where we have differences of opinions between countries. I'm sorry, I mean, I have to be straightforward with it.
Yeah.
For example, we would have an organization that wants to honor something that happened in Greek history, and the Turkish community is not very happy. And so when we find that balance, when we know that there's directly opposite viewpoints, we don't allow that. We often get proclamation requests that go through to the mayor's office asking to contribute to certain things where there is no local involvement at all. It might be an organization from Switzerland that's saying we want Regina to proclaim X. Well, if there's no local organization attached to it, we don't. In my mind, there haven't been many that are refused in terms of flags. And again, it's basically on the Independence Day. The other days that a ceremonial flag would be raised outside of charitable organizations would be if there's a visiting ambassador coming to the country or to the city or a consul general or something like that.
And through the chair, was there a situation in, I don't know if you recall an incident from 2013 when a member of the Nationalist Party of Canada asked for the city to declare European Heritage Week, and then the proclamation had to be cancelled after the fact because it was realized after the fact that it was a white supremacist group that had made the request?
Yes, through the mayor, I vaguely remember certain things like that. Again, when proclamations comes in, the staff in my office do their best to research it, to find A, is there any kind of local representation? B, are they accredited? C, are they not controversial? Because that is something that guides it. And it's, as you pointed out, it's organizations that have dubious character. It's not countries.
I will cede the floor for others to hear what they have to say on this. And, but I mean, essentially, Councillor Zakidek and I believe that we need some criteria in terms of flag raising of countries. And we think that the crime of genocide is one of the most serious, egregious crimes that exists. And that would be a fairly simple way of excluding people at this certain countries. It would, a way of excluding certain countries, because there would only be 3 currently that would be excluded from this. And that would include Russia, it would include Myanmar, and it would include Israel. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stanchuk. Any other member of council wish to speak? Councillor Nelson?
Well, in lieu of the delegate that spoke today, would that be a possible friendly amendment to just, so it is no more back and forth, this country's good this time, this country's bad this time, and I'm not, this is not as an insignificant, I'm not saying that at all, but when you sit here and you actually say you're not going to raise a flag for a country that, how did you put it? Right, but they're under investigation. So everybody's innocent until proven guilty. And I'm not saying that they are innocent, I'm not saying that at all, but it hasn't been deemed. My thinking is enough. Like this way, it's just black and white, it's Canada, it's Saskatchewan, it's Regina, and then there's none of this, you know, the clerk's office is in trouble for saying this, it's, I'm just asking if that is a friendly amendment, if that's something that council would support, or is this absolutely ludicrous? I'm not sure, I'm just asking.
Oh, one,
I don't know.
Councillor Nelson, before I turn it, Councillor Stanchuk's microphone on. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, we fly the Union Jack, as we're a
Yeah,
Commonwealth
I know.
country,
Yeah.
flag of Canada, the flag of the Saskatchewan, province of Saskatchewan, the flag of the city, the Métis flag, and the Treaty 4 flag.
Right.
This, when you say the standard flags, those are the ones you're referring
Those-
to?
yes,
Okay,
sorry,
just to
I
verify. Okay,
apologize. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you for
Councillor
that.
Stanachuk.
If Councillor Nelson would like to make that amendment,
It's more than an amendment.
I think that it changes it significantly. It's not a friendly amendment, but I'd be willing for you, you to make that, to bring that forward and for us to consider that.
Okay.
Wow.
That's not a friendly amendment, that's a big amendment.
It's
I'm sorry,
actually,
that just
I
came
would
up.
argue that you should defeat this one and go to that.
That was going to be
Councillor Nelson, I'm just going to have the city clerk speak to that, just from a procedural
Please, thank you.
perspective.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. With respect to that, I would suggest that that motion, while well-intentioned, is contrary to what Councillor Stanachuk's motion is. So the best way to do it, if that's the will of council, is to finish the debate on Councillor Stanachuk's motion. If it's defeated, then Councillor Nelson, you would have the floor to make your motion.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair, you make a ruling on that?
One moment, please. Apologies, you mean the ruling on the clerk's position that this would be an amendment? Thank you, one moment.
Yeah, because I don't think it's friendly, because we're asking for.
All right. Councillor Nelson, if you wanted to move an amendment on the floor that deleted to deny applications for flag raisings or proclamations, just simply remove that line, delete A and B, and in its place go fly only the City of Regina approved flags, which are the 6 mentioned, and then that would, number 2 would remain the same, essentially.
So I'm looking for support from Councillor Stanichuk.
Councillor Stanachuk, I believe, doesn't want to make a friendly amendment. She's asking.
No.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, no,
got
and I
it.
understand that. I just, what we were talking about is I don't want to support this because I want my motion to come forward, but I don't want you to think that I don't support this. So we're trying to figure out how we can.
What's
yeah.
that?
Or we can just table it. Okay, we're not tabling it.
Do you want to move an amendment?
Will that be enough?
I would like to.
Yeah.
Hang on one moment. Councillor Stanachuk, go ahead.
Just a question to the clerk. Like, I did not consider what she was that Councillor Nelson was suggesting was a friendly amendment, because it's changing it significantly. But an amendment, I'd be happy for her to make that amendment that only those approved flags be flown, because we have heard from delegations and some others that they would be that would satisfy them as well. So I'm amenable to it, but I just don't see it as a friendly amendment, but as an amendment. Or would the clerk suggest that I make that amendment?
Can you give us 2 minutes, and how about we
Okay.
chat about
Yeah,
that? Just
okay.
let's recess for a few minutes here. All right, I'll call council back to order. The clerk thinks she has the root of what Councillor Nelson was referring to. So the amendment is that City Council remove the wording to deny applications for flag raisings or proclamations related to countries other than Canada as outlined in 1A and B. No, it actually doesn't read right, but, and the point is to approve that only the flags of Canada, Saskatchewan, Union Jack, Regina, Treaty 4, and Métis flags be approved to be flown at City Hall. Yeah, you got to take, yeah, so take it, remove to, out of there. I think you were taking it out of language, but.
Andrew, it's Councillor Moll. I couldn't hear that, and I'm just
Okay.
on the phone, so I can't see the
Okay,
screen. So what's the flags that's going to be raised? Sorry.
That City Council deny applications for flag raisings or proclamations related to countries other than Canada, and approve that only the flags of Canada, Saskatchewan, the Union Jack, Regina, Treaty 4, and Métis flags be approved to be flown at City Hall.
Thank you.
Councillor Nelson, you wanted to comment on this?
So just in discussion with my fellow colleagues, it seems to be controversial. This is a big decision. I don't want to not approve your motion and to get my motion on the floor. I think there's a lot of other things too. I know we raised the flag for MS. That's something we should be proud of. That will be eliminated from here.
No,
it won't be eliminated?
This doesn't eliminate organizations from flying flags. This is countries.
Just countries.
This is specific
just
to countries.
Okay. I don't know. I know the councils that I'm talking to just would like us to refer this back. Maybe administration has some insight as, instead of making this on the council floor. If that's okay, and I'd like to ask administration what they...
Just 1 second, Councillor Nelson. Councillor, or Mr. Nichols, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. With this amendment, the remainder of the policy in place would stay.
Would stay.
So
okay.
charitable organizations, visiting dignitaries, those kind of things. But outside of this formal statement, we would still honor the Canadian Cancer Society or, you know, Canadian Western Exhibition, Daffodil Day for the Cancer Society, those kind of things.
Oh, okay, then I'm okay with that. I think, well, whose opinion is a good country? Councillor Pandura. And I'm just...
One moment, no side debate here, just, are you good to leave the stand?
I'm good to leave the stand.
All right.
I think this is good. If there's somebody that wants to change it, that's fine, but...
Councillor Nelson requires a seconder. Thank you, Councillor Zakinian. Amendments on the floor. Councillor Mancinelli, go ahead.
I do appreciate the amendment. I think that this is a controversial matter, and I'm very tempted to support the amendment. Only thing is, I think there's times when that support for other countries might be necessary. Should this amendment fail, I was planning on referring or suggesting we might refer this back to administration for an update on the community flagpole bylaw as a whole, instead of just the political nature of the point 1A and B on the floor. I'm sure there's other scenarios where we should probably update our flag policy. I've paid attention over the years on the different causes and organizations that flag's brought attention to positively, so I just think that maybe a revamp might fit all the proper criteria with a thought-out pattern, not just a singular position, and come back with a more rounded flag policy for all the circumstances we might run into should this fail.
Councillor Mancinelli, would you like to ask the city clerk if that makes sense?
I'll ask him if that makes sense totally.
With respect, I won't comment whether it makes sense, Councillor Mancinelli. It can be done. I don't think it's going to change anything. I don't see any material change. That doesn't mean we can't look at it, and maybe there's something I'm missing. A lot of jurisdictions, I've been on conference calls with my colleagues across the country. It is a mixed bag in this regard. Some don't fly any flags. Some only fly flags recognized by the federal government. Some have community flagpoles, some don't. But what we use are, what historically we've always used our ceremonial flagpole is primarily, had been for Independence Days, which would be gone now. The only other thing would be for charitable organizations when they're promoting, a cure for cancer run or diabetes week or that. So we could confirm those through a review, but I'm not sure that I would expect any discernible difference when it came back.
Oh, no, I appreciate that insight, actually. I don't want to waste your time, Mr. Nicol. Appreciate that answer. And I guess with that might change my opinion too. Thanks for the information.
Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. On the amendment, Councillor Hawkins?
On the amendment, I have a question. Suppose the President of France visited City Hall. Should we be prepared to fly the French flag in honor of his or her visit? This may be an argument for referral back, actually.
Thank you. Councillor Hawkins, I like this game. Go ahead. Mr. Nicol?
Well, as the provincial capital city, I would respectfully suggest that when a visiting head of state is coming to City Hall for a visit, that we would fly the flag of that country. Having said that, if that President of France has no intention of making a stop over here at City Hall, then I'd say we don't worry about it. But again, that's just from a protocol perspective.
I was asking about the former situation. President of France is visiting Regina at City Hall. Under this amendment, do we fly
Under
the
this
flag?
amendment, it would appear that that would not happen. I would respectfully say from a protocol perspective, that might be something we should consider looking at.
So, Mayor Masters, I would favor a referral motion because instances like this have to be thought through and we're not going to be able to handle it this afternoon.
Councillor Hawkins, one moment. It's a referral motion. You can ask for a point of clarification in 1 second. Councillor Hawkins requires a seconder to refer it back just to dig a bit in, thank you, Councillor Mancinelli, dig into the nuance of the implications of this. Is there a clarification question on the referral vote on the floor? I think there's general consensus. I think there's perhaps a nuanced question, Councillor Nelson, if that makes sense. Go ahead.
So what are we trying to figure out? What are we asking the clerk to come back with? Clarity of what is the flagpole? Is it a political statement? Is it endorsement? Like, what are we asking them to come back with? That's what I want to know.
Councillor Hawkins?
I think we're asking the clerk to come back with a policy which considers all options and makes a recommendation. So for example, the clerk may come back with a recommendation that we fly Canadian flags together with, and then a series of exceptions such as a visiting dignitary. Or I suppose the clerk may come back with a recommendation that we fly no flags of any kind at all except the Canadian national flags.
All right. Councillor LeBlanc, did you have a clarification question?
Thank you. Yeah, what is the proposed return date for the referral motion or quarter?
Thank you.
I'd have, that's a question for the administration.
Okay.
Mr. Nichol?
I'm sure we could have something back in August, but I know the August meeting is already heavily booked, so I could bring it to a September meeting.
All right. There's a referral motion on the floor for it to go to clerks till the September council meeting with some question around nuance. Clerks, can you call the vote on the referral?
Councillor Mole in favor.
Thank you, Councillor Mole.
Mayor Masters, the referral motion is passed in a vote of 6-3. Those voting, oh, Mayor, you didn't vote.
Go ahead.
Voting was 6-3. Voting in favor of the motion was Councillor Hawkins, Findura, Sakidniak, Mancinelli, Mole, and Bresciani. Voting against were Councillor Stadnichuk, LeBlanc, and Nelson. And for the record, Councillor Stevens is away from today's meeting.
Excellent. Thank you very much. All right, council, we'll move on, and speaking to motion 24-11, I would call upon Delegation Al Simpson. Sir, I think you've done this before, but I will ask you to state your name for the record, the organization you represent, if any, and the place that you live. You'll have 5 minutes to address council, after which time they may have some questions for you. Please go ahead.
Thank you for having me here. Al Simpson. I'm a resident of the city of Regina, and I represent the Regina Red Sox and Living Sky Sports and Entertainment. I'm here this afternoon, I guess, figuratively speaking, to hold the flag of the Regina Red Sox, or fly the flag of the Regina Red Sox, and to speak to the notice of motion. And before I speak to it directly, I think it might be, for some councillors at least, who weren't here last time I spoke, instructive and beneficial to just skip through how we arrived here, which began in March of 2021, with the Red Sox putting together a concept plan for a baseball stadium that would fit on the rail yards. Somewhat presumptuous of us, but we had to pick some bare land, and that's what we did. We brought those concept drawings to a few councillors. We discussed it, and then we presented a fundraising contribution agreement to city administration, which basically said, would you like to join us in seeing if we can do some fundraising to build a baseball stadium? And that's essentially where we are at today, some 3 years and a bit later. In the interim there, we've agreed, we being the Red Sox and LSSE, to join with the city and do a needs assessment on whether or not the city needs a baseball stadium. I think you all know that needs assessment came back and said Regina's baseball stadiums, or baseball stadium, Curryfield in particular, does not in any way meet the standard of its peer groups across Western Canada, and the needs assessment recommended that we go ahead with the feasibility study. We did that as well. We cost shared it. The feasibility study, and I'm going to use their words, thought that the baseball stadium was a transformational catalyst project. Transformational catalyst project. And they recommended that either Taylor Field as the primary site or the yards as a secondary site for such piece of recreational infrastructure. Subsequent to doing that feasibility study with REAL, the city formed a Catalyst Committee. Our feasibility study was given to the Catalyst Committee. The Catalyst Committee looked at it and said, no, this isn't a Catalyst project, gave it back to the City of Regina administration and said, you deal with it. In August of 2023, the Red Sox took the initiative and made a proposal through administration saying, look, let's either go forward with some fundraising or let's just do a long-term lease for Curry Field and let's get on with things. And the fundraising that we were talking about was specific to a report in the feasibility study that we'd done where DCG Philanthropic stated they thought they could raise somewhere between $4 to $8 million on this project. So that really didn't go anywhere, and we've subsequently gone forward with some terms, key terms and conditions that we think would work for a long-term lease at Curry Field. But in talking to people about, why this $4.4 million to $8 million DCG report was not followed up on and why we didn't do the subsequent work to get a case support study done, I simply said the city didn't want to. And I'm going to be quite frank with you. People were incredulous. You can get $4 to $8 million for a stadium, perhaps, and you don't want to find out if it's possible. So, without throwing the baby out with the bathwater, Councillor Hawkins approached me and said, would the Red Sox have the stomach to take one more run at this? And I went back to the Red Sox and I said, do you want to take another run at this? And they said, no, we're done. We're full up. Through subsequent discussions with our board, the Red Sox board, the Red Sox decided that if the city was prepared to make a commitment, which you see in the notice of motion, the Red Sox are prepared to commit to go ahead. And so that's kind of where we are today. And I can go into great detail about the needs assessment and the feasibility study and the 154 pages of gobbledygook, but you can distill it down to two things. There's an infrastructure deficit in the city of Regina. That doesn't rest on your shoulders. It doesn't rest on your shoulders. That's from 20 years ago. We've been kicking the can down the road. And man, do we do it well. Gold medal. Gold medal. And so there's an opportunity here through this notice of motion to not kick the can down the road, but to pick the ball up and run with it in a tangible way. And it's not going to cost the city, this notice of motion doesn't cost the city anything except having the foresight and the vision to say, you know what, if there's a chance to raise $4 to $8 million bucks, why would we not do this? Now I can tell you, I've taken some finance classes. I'm certainly not the sharpest knife in the drawer in those classes. But if there was one question on that finance class and it said, should you invest $2.5 million over 10 years to get $5 million back free? Should you do it? Those kids that answered no should fail the test.
Sorry.
We wouldn't have to go any further.
I can give you 10 more seconds if you have anything you want to wrap up with, sir.
I'll just leave it at that.
All right. Thank you, sir. I do have some questions for you. Councillor Hawkins, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Simpson, for coming forward. Can you talk a little bit about the position of the Western Major Baseball League and about its concern with the facilities we have in Regina for baseball and what they would like to see us have, especially when compared to other teams in the league?
Well, they've been very fair with us. The commissioner of the league wrote us a letter a couple of years ago and saying, look, your baseball field is substandard. It doesn't meet the basic requirements of baseball fields in Canada now. We have dressing room deficits. We don't have a dressing room for a visiting team. We rent a portable shack for them. And then we've got some concession issues. Our washrooms are on a septic facility. Those are frequently overused and sometimes back up. We've got bleachers where we should have seats. We've got an outfield fence that is literally falling apart but covered up by advertising signage. We've got, and no exaggeration, the backstop is held together by tie wraps, black ones, so they match. And so there's, you can see where the league is saying, come on, you're not holding up your end of the bargain, for heaven's sakes. And when you think about it, let me put it in different terms. Capital city in the country of Canada, a G7 country, and as Darrell Davis said, a decrepit venue. We need something better. So I agree with the Western Canadian Baseball League, Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you for that. The second question is it worth exploring the option of developing a new baseball facility in the center of town as opposed to trying to renovate the existing Curry Field on the outskirts?
Well, I think unequivocally, yes. Anything new would be substantially better than trying to do a renovation at Curry Field that currently has significant limitations, first of which is location. So, yeah, in a manner of speaking, it's renovations at Curry Field to a certain extent are throwing good money after bad, if I can put it that way. But for us, it's, as a Red Sox organization, if we can't see our way to anything new being built in a reasonable period of time, we're left with no option but to do what we've done to this stage, which is try and enter into a long-term lease with the city and do our own capital renovations and see if we can make a go of it. But money better well spent, and I think better bang for the economic dollar downtown than out at Curry Field.
Thank you. Those are my questions, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Regina, please go ahead.
Thank you very much for being here again. Thanks for the patience. Long time discussions over this. So what is, in your view, what would be the overall cost of a new stadium for a baseball facility?
Well, I mean, it's quite, and
Ballpark.
and I don't mean to be
Get it?
flippant on this, but yes, sure. 1,500, literally 1,500 seats to 2,500 seats would change by, $5 to $7 million. But I think, when I ballpark it, I think in terms of 1,800 to 2,000 seats. I think of private boxes. I think of turf field, which extends the shoulder seasons so you can play longer. That's in the neighborhood of $12 to $15 million. If you don't have to pay for land and you can get some help on it, get some help on infrastructure.
Okay. In the motion, it talks about working with DCG for looking at some philanthropy dollars. Can you elaborate with that?
Yeah. So DCG Philanthropic has an office here in Regina. Their head office is in Saskatoon. They've been very, very successful, Councillor Bresciani, in raising money philanthropically and through sponsorship. Most notably in the sports environment, sports world, up in Saskatoon, they've raised philanthropically and through sponsorship about $60 million. So SMF football field, the baseball stadium, the track stadium, and all that infrastructure. And so they've done other smaller projects in Humboldt and Prince Albert, and they've been anywhere from reasonably successful to very successful. And so it was their opinion, which we paid for, they didn't give it freely, that they thought that it was reasonable to assume that a baseball stadium properly built, not something that was renovated at Curry Field, but new, that they could find philanthropically between $4 and $8 million. And so this motion is essentially saying the Red Sox are prepared to share the cost of that case for support study, which we think now will be probably around $60,000. And the motion says that if that case study for support comes back and DCG in fact says we can get you $5 million or more, then the city's committed to making a $2.5 million investment in the new facility, $250,000 a year for 10 years. And nothing happens until the design work is done and we find a location. So this motion doesn't obligate the city of Regina to building a new stadium. What it's essentially saying, and this is more from DCG's perspective than anybody's, is don't expect us, DCG, to go look for money because without the city, in their words, having some skin in the game. Because the first question that Al Simpson would ask is, what's the city's, where are they on this? Oh, they're not involved. They don't want to be involved. Well, why do I want to put something that's going to be used by all the residents of Regina on the Taylor Field site as a philanthropist when the city says, we don't want any part of you. Thanks, but no thanks. So I think it's a prerequisite to going out and making the ask that DCG can say, yeah, here's what the city's committed to. If we can philanthropically get to 5 million or more, they're going to notionally commit 2.5 million over 10 years, $250,000 a year, but that's still subject to location and approval of the designs and plans. To me, it seems rather reasonable. And it sort of brings this thing, I think, I hate to say it, but it sort of puts a lid on this, like it's, step up or shut up. And I don't say that from the city's perspective, I say that from the philanthropic community, from the Red Sox, from everybody. We all step up, or let's just put it to bed.
Okay. So that's very clear. I think that kind of gives us the first steps of where we're at. We've got some partners and some stakeholders in the game here. I think that's kind of the first steps.
You're exactly right. It's essentially where we were, I hate to say it, where we were trying to become, what we were trying to do in March of 2021, which is let's work on a funding contribution plan that is somewhat outside of the box. I mean, Saskatoon's done it, and see what we can do. We've spent $125,000 on studies that clearly say we need something.
Thank you. What would be the time frame, just approximately? What are you thinking, through the chair?
So they say that they being DCG, need about, I'm going to say 3 to 4 months. I could be wrong on that. It could be a little bit longer. But in any event, I think it might be hard over the summer to get started and talk to people. So they probably don't hit the ground running till September.
But again, just trying to get just an idea of DCG moves forward, kind of gets, say they get some money together, you guys come back, what does that look like coming back to council when they get the money, or how long does it take, or what are you thinking? Like, what's the next steps after this?
I think what happens is the first critical point is to engage DCG, and they either achieve $5 million or they don't. If they don't, presumably it's going nowhere, and we continue on with the long-term lease. If they get the $5 million, then we have to sit down and say, where do we want to place this thing? What does the design going to look like? And what other private money can we bring to the table now that we've got, let's say, $7.5 or $8.5 or $9 million? We might not need any more money. We could downsize the thing to 1,350 seats and maybe do something for $7.5 or $8 million with a plan that over time we could add additional seating. I mean, they've done some unique things in Okotoks where, they've done things in stages, but they still haven't got to the final stage. So they built a berm down the left field line and the right field line, and that's family seating, $10 a person, $40 for a family, and it's sold out. They put 500-600 people on a berm. But it's attractive. It's a nice place to take your family. It's well located. It creates economic activity. So, you could get something very nice for $7.5 or $8 million. But I think there'd be a lot of more momentum for it if DCG came back and said, yeah, we can do the $5 million, and the city was in for $2.5. That creates momentum. There's an excitement about that, in my mind.
Totally agree. Thank you very much. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Councillor LeBlanc, please go ahead.
Thank you. I just want to take you through some of the wording of the motion and ask for clarification on your understanding. And if you can't provide it, I'll ask the movers when the time comes. All right, so first question through the chair is, there's 3 organizations referenced: the Regina Red Sox, Living Sky Entertainment, and DCG Philanthropic. Am I right, through the chair, you're president of the Red Sox, owner of Living Sky, but have no formal affiliation with DCG?
Correct, except I'm the vice president of the Red Sox and not the president.
Thank you. There's talk of the long-term lease in point 1 and a provision at the end that the said long-term lease may be terminated without cost or penalty to the Regina Red Sox.
Yes.
Through the chair, why is that term important to the Regina Red Sox?
Well,
if it is.
Yeah, to a degree, Councillor LeBlanc, we're in a bit of an existential situation. We're finding it difficult to survive. So we need to put money immediately into Curry Field in places where we feel we can generate more revenue. So we're going to put capital dollars in, and we're going to exist, I hope, for the next number of years because of those capital investments. Our revenue will go up. But there's going to be an ask of the Red Sox at some point, what are you doing for this new stadium? And we're sort of caught between a rock and a hard spot. Well, we put $1.8 million into Curry Field. We're broke. So there and then I guess the other larger question is, if we had a little bit of direction in terms of where we might be going with a new stadium, that would somewhat throttle both time and money how we put money into Curry. I mean, it would be less, there'd be different things we'd do if we knew sort of directionally where we were headed with a new stadium. So there's going to be an ask of the Red Sox, and we're probably, if we put 2 or 3 or 4 million into Curry over the next 3, 4, 5 years, and then the stadium goes ahead and somebody's saying, well, where are you guys? Well, we put all our money over here. So our thinking was, we felt that whatever we did at Curry would still be beneficial to the city and users go forward for the next number of years. It sort of revitalizes that venue.
Thank you. When we're talking in point 1 about a long-term lease, can you give us a sense of what long-term would mean to the Red Sox? Like, are we talking 99-year lease, or are we talking 15-year lease?
We had proposed maybe that we do a 25-year lease for Curry with the option for another 25 years.
Thank you. I'm on point 3 of it. So this is the portion, as I understand it, DCG Philanthropic would see whether they can get 5 million. I'm not in this world. The language here is confirming donations and or sponsorship support and so on. My question to the chair, in your experience, does that mean 5 million in their bank account, or 5 million sort of earmarked?
It would be earmarked. What they define the next step in the process when they raise money philanthropically or through donations is what they refer to as case study for support. And so they basically go out and confirm what they believe to be the case, 4 to 8 million. And so we chose a number, 5, that they would have to come back with confidently and say, here's where we have donations coming from and commitments subject to whatever the conditions might be. So no, there would be no money held in, I guess, in escrow at this point in time.
Thank you. And just to get a better sense of it, because I'm not in this world, when they say 5 million might be earmarked, is that tied to specific donors who have committed, or that's more in the realm of, we think these are the type of people who might donate this?
No, there would be specific names attached to the donors or sponsorship. So, it wouldn't be, we have $1 million from X. It might be, we have $1 million from SaskTel. And just to elaborate, it might be we have $3 million from SaskTel, but it needs to be called SaskTel Field or something to that effect.
We've received, I don't know if you've had the chance to review it, a delegation from Muscapottan First Nation saying we're interested in helping to develop anything that happens at the yards. I take it it's related if the stadium ends up at the yards. They'd be interested in partnering. Do you have any comment on that?
We would make sure DCG spoke to them.
Thank you.
And I've spoken, I believe former Mayor Pat Fiacco is involved with them, and we've had some meetings with the former mayor on their involvement.
And then, just the heart of it, I suppose, is a question through the chair, which is why is public investment in sporting facilities for a private baseball club a good use of public money?
Well, first of all, it's not a private baseball club. It's not owned by any individuals. It's a not-for-profit. So, and secondly, in that same vein, this venue is not being constructed or proposed in any way, shape, or form just for the Regina Red Sox. Not at all. We will give the venue 30 nights a year out of 90 or 110. So there's a lot of other baseball teams and clubs and under 16s and 12s and 10s that would use this stadium. So it's a Red Sox initiative, and the Red Sox, we would presume, would be the anchor tenant, but not by any stretch of the imagination would the Red Sox be the only user of that. So it's not going into private hands. And if I could just elaborate, and it's an important point. We pay honorariums to about 45 kids that are in kinesiology or sport management every game for game day operations. They're working in the ticketing office, they're working 50-50 draw, they're running around with ice, they're helping to chalk the field. So there's a lot goes back into the community. I mean, we hire Angleheim bus lines, $60,000 a year to take us around. Ramada Inn gets 120 nights a year from our visiting teams, more than the CFL gives them. You know, there's a lot. We hired, Sevens Consulting, a young girl who's in school with her brother and another employee to do our social media. It's great, but that's $20,000. So we put money back as a nonprofit.
Thank you. Just related to, I suppose, through the chair, the feasibility or the requirement for a new stadium is, what are ticket sales like in the current stadium for the Red Sox? And relatedly, do you have reason to think those numbers would be significantly higher if there's a new stadium at some point?
This year we anticipate, last year we did a little bit over 21,000 in the aggregate for the regular season, probably close to 23.5 with playoffs. This year we expect to be in excess of 25,000, but we're stretched to the seams on some nights. There's people standing along the rails, and some people just don't want to sit on the aluminum bleachers, so you can see empty seats from time to time. But yeah, we would be now, let's say 25,000. Do we have reason to believe that we could grow? Sure. One of our teams out in Sylvan Lake, Red Deer, put up a new stadium there. They're sold out virtually all night or every night. Okotoks is the third largest, draw in collegiate baseball in North America, just outside of Calgary. They do 5,000-6,000 a night. Lethbridge, 3,000 a night. So pretty confident that the 900 to 1,400 that we're getting every night will grow with a nice venue. It's a tough sell at Curry, Councillor LeBlanc. You can, it's not a place that you take your girlfriend out to have a night out and send her to the washroom. She's not probably going to accept a ring.
Yeah. So capacity at Curry Field is 2,000. You're averaging 900 to 1,400 currently.
Yeah.
Through the chair. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then I just want to ask one more point of clarification through the chair. You indicated if a new field is built, 30 nights per summer will be given to other community groups to use. What about under the long-term lease referenced in point 1? Similarly?
Same. Yeah, it's the Red Sox are leading this initiative. The Red Sox hope, if we have to do a long-term lease at Curry, to be the long-term tenant. But it's not a proprietary stadium. It's not just exclusively for the use of the Red Sox. Now, that just doesn't make any sense.
Great.
We couldn't use it.
Right, yeah. Thank you, appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Thanks, Councillor Blanc. Mr. Simpson, I'm going to ask you to stay. We are at a legislative break, and there's some more questions for you here. So if you can stay with us, we'll be back at 10 in 15 minutes.
You bet. Thank you.
Mr. Simpson, I'm going to ask you to come on back. Come on back down. There's more questions for you, sir. Councilor Blanc, I just want to check. Did you have any more questions?
No.
You're good?
Thank you.
Okay. Your mic is on, Mr. Simpson. Councilor Skiniak, please go ahead.
I figured you were going to say that. Okay, I think I'm ready. So my first question is in relation to the status of the long-term lease of Curry Field to the Red Sox. You had mentioned that. It's also included in the motion. So is this something that you're currently working on with administration through the chair?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so with or without the motion, you're in the process of developing a long-term lease?
Yes, we really didn't have much choice on that, not knowing which way this was going to go. We wanted to keep the process moving along.
Right, okay, and then in your opening comments, I believe you said, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but something along the lines of like it wouldn't cost anything to move forward like as per the motion. And so, but when I read the motion, I do see several points of where it would cost. Yes, I know, like, first we're doing a feasibility study, but the feasibility study is going to be a shared cost.
We've already done the feasibility study.
Sorry, not the okay, so the case for support.
Correct.
Is going to be a three-way cost, like that's what's proposed in the motion, correct?
Correct.
Yeah. And then I guess all the other costs, just to make sure I understand, are theoretical at this point, like possible costs, but maybe yes, maybe no. Like nothing else is being committed to financially through this motion in my read of it.
That's correct. I would the way I would categorize it, if I was being approached to be part of the DCG philanthropic undertaking, I would see that City Council has made what I would call either a notional or a conceptual commitment to participate in the event that there was commitments in excess of $5 million philanthropically, number one, and number two, that City Council was satisfied with the plans and locations of the stadium if and when those are developed.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and do you have any sense of what the cost will be for, I guess I'll start with this one first. How long, if this motion gets approved, how long, do you have any sense of how long this will take? Like I guess what I'm specifically wondering about is the case for support and whether this assessment of whether $5 million can be raised.
So it's the case for support study obviously is in DCG's hands, or would be, and I suspect that given where we are right now in July, that it would be September, October timeframe that they would be able to come back and say, yes, we've received commitments in excess of $5 million, or no, we in fact fell short.
Okay. And do you...
No, just one more thing, Councillor. I presume their work schedule is such that they could get underway right now.
Okay. And so in the meantime, regardless of the motion, you'll continue working on your long-term lease.
Yes.
Are you, with or without the motion, will you be working on renovations anyway to Curry Field?
We will continue working on, we will not be doing any renovations at Curry Field unless administration and the Red Sox can execute a long-term lease that is satisfactory to both parties. If and when that gets done, then we will begin to undertake the capital investments over time to improve Curry Field. The way that we approach those capital investments will be dictated to some degree by how things progress here today. So that's to say, if this motion was passed and then DCG came back and said, yes, we have $8 million, we would likely throttle back the capital that we're going to put into Curry Field so that we could reallocate our capital, Red Sox capital, to the new venue.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and do you have like, estimation of, I understand that the renovations that you need to make, like, would depend on the outcome of all of these things. So do you have an estimation of, like, what is the range needed financially for the renovations that, like, the bare minimum would cost X amount and versus all of them would cost whatever amount?
Yeah, a bare minimum, depending on when you get started, because the best time to start construction is today. Prices always go up. Probably $3 to $4 million at a minimum. And if you wanted to go, very elaborate, you were going to get into the $8 to $10 million range. And that's not something that the Red Sox can undertake, in one foul swoop. That has to be done over, the course of time.
Okay, and in terms of financial contributions, fundraising, has there been any exploration of the appetite for fundraising for folks to contribute to renovations at Curry Field?
No.
Instead of building a new one?
No.
Okay. And if this motion passes, whatever capital costs you put into Curry Field would be reimbursed in whole or in part by the city. So how does that get determined?
Through negotiation.
Okay. Okay, thanks. That's all I have.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much, Councillors Kenya. Councillor Nelson, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. So I'd like to make a statement. Curry Field is not out in the boonies. It's in my ward, and we love it. It's not in the boonies. Harbor Landing's in the boonies.
It is. Okay, thank you, Councillor Nelson. Question?
You're welcome. I had to say that because I'm tired of my ward getting stuck with those kind of stigmatisms. Can you clarify something for us right here, because this was a big fight last time? Is the Red Sox a professional team or not, through the chair?
No.
Thank you. Have you had any talks with the province about them helping out at all, through the chair?
We have not.
Okay.
If I can elaborate on that.
Please do, please do.
In my association with Canadian Premier League Soccer, and perhaps bringing a Canadian Premier League Soccer team to Saskatoon, we did approach the province of Saskatchewan about funding, and the strong message we got back from them is, when the city of Saskatoon participates, come talk to us.
And then what happened, through the chair?
The city of Saskatoon decided they weren't going to invest at all in anything, and so there's no professional soccer in Saskatoon, and the province said thanks but no thanks. It's sort of the same situation here, Councillor Nelson, with the DCG report. DCG going out to people or corporations and saying, would you like to support a baseball stadium in the city of Regina? And the first question coming back would likely be, if not the first, one of the initial questions would be, is the city of Regina participating? So that's, the province is in much the same position. It was, if the city participates, we'd be happy to take a look at it. If the city doesn't, but we have not approached them on a baseball stadium.
Okay, but based on previous engagement, that's kind of been the...
And in fact, just to be a little bit more acute with it, it was sort of tactfully suggested to us that if the city wants funding, this was Saskatoon, if the city of Saskatoon wants funding for a stadium and they participate, they should be asking the province.
Got it. Okay, thank you for that, because I don't have all those talks that you've been having. So, now Councillor Hawkins was on the Catalyst Committee, and the Catalyst Committee said that this was not a Catalyst project. Can you maybe give us an update and kind of how did that come about, and why did that come about that it wasn't part of the Catalyst project, through the chair?
I wish I had insight as to why, but I was not privy or party to any discussions that the Catalyst Committee had about why we were recommended or moved back to city administration. I know the report said, the feasibility report said that they thought this would be a transformational catalyst project, but I guess there was a majority of the committee members thought it would be better to be with city administration.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I have no insight as to why.
Right, because what I'm trying to find out as a counselor is why this is all pushed aside, nobody wanted it. I was the champion of you guys and always have been the champion of you guys, and then now all of a sudden it's like, oh, well, here, we should do this. So I'm trying to understand that, and I didn't know if you had any knowledge to give to me to help me understand.
Yeah, I mean, I think I can speak to it. I mean, you know, you're suggesting why is it back here and why didn't they go forward with it? And I think the question, I don't want to be flippant about it, but two different bodies. I mean, I'm sure there were people, I shouldn't say this, I presume there were people on the Catalyst Committee who thought this was a Catalyst project. But when you put your hand up and you're one of the minority, then it moves back here, or to administration at least. So they're two different bodies. I guess that's why it's back here. One, they both presumably thinking independently.
Right, but it was the one counselor, and I'll talk to Counselor Hogan about this because he was on the committee, so I'm just trying to figure this all out. So as of right now, I know Counselor Skiniak asked you a bunch of questions with the money. I'm just trying to figure this out because I'll tell you that I talked to people in my ward. They're not supportive of this. They know how I feel about this, and they know how this is going to be. The way that this motion reads, DCG is going to get paid approximately $60,000 to do the cost study and to see if they can raise X amount of dollars. Am I correct in that understanding?
Case study for support, correct?
Yes, right.
Yep.
And that's about $60,000 and it'll be shared between the city and with Living Sky?
So I'm ballparking that now, Councillor Nelson. When they first gave us that recommendation, the cost was $43,000.
Yeah.
I'm just assuming it's gone up.
Right, because they did it for the library and it was around 40,000, so I'm just trying to figure this out with you guys. Okay. So as of right now, we would be committing, in theory, we would be committing $60,000 to DC, well, $30,000 to DCG to do this, to come up with the money. We think that they might come back in September saying that they can raise this much money, a commitment of that sort, but we don't know for sure, right, through the chair?
Correct. That's the reason for the case study for support. They work in this area, their expertise in the area. I've seen what they've done. The empirical evidence is right in Saskatoon at Gordie Howe Bowl. There's $60 million of philanthropic investment there. So when they say they can do between 4 and 8, I mean, I don't know why they would say that if they didn't think they could do it.
Yeah, and I'm not questioning that they
Yeah.
can or they can't. That's not I'm just trying to figure out the time frame here because what's going on is we have another council coming in November. We might not be here. This commitment that we're saying in theory is based on the fact that they can raise this much money for your ball diamond and then go forward to the next. My issue with this, we don't have a place where it's going to be. Nobody has come to us to say it's going to be on the rail yards, and this is what it's going to cost to build it on the rail yards. That's where I struggle with in making this decision based on so many not sure what ifs and could be.
Well, you know, the best place to start with something is at the beginning. And so
back in 2021.
This is where we were in March of 2021,
Thank
which
you.
is let's see if we can get funding.
Yeah.
And if we can get funding, then we can spin wheels
Yeah.
on location and design.
Okay.
I assume it would be a hard no from you, Councillor Nelson, if I said, here's the drawing, here's the location, here's the number of seats, here's the boxes, here's the tenant, here's what we're paying for, and you're going to go, where's the money coming from? That's the question we're trying to answer.
it's funny, comical that you say that, because I was supportive of this back in 2021 when I knew all of the stuff that was, and I'm not saying that I'm not. All I'm saying is I'm just trying to get a very clear picture of exactly what we're jumping into and what we're committing to through this motion. That's all.
I would suggest the commitment that you're making on behalf of Regina City Council, whomever that might be, is $30,000. That's it, full stop. If a stadium goes ahead, if after that a stadium goes ahead, City Council, whomever that may be, has to determine whether they approve of the design, whether they approve of the location, whether they approve of the long-term lease of the anchor tenant.
Right.
We're not even within spitting distance of that. So the commitment again is for this council, for whomever may sit here in November or December, it's $30,000.
And thank you, Mr. Simpson, for that, because that's what I needed to hear. That's what my residents needed to hear. And I was supportive of this 3 years ago. I'm still supportive of it. I think this would be an amazing project. We talked about, and I don't know if other councillors are listening or had listened to our conversations before, but a lot of people pushed back and said, well, it's only for one season out of the year. We had suggested possibly a snow or toboggan hill during the winter time or something to make it that way. So I want residents to know that we've looked into this, and it doesn't have to be just a one season ballpark. Through the chair, can you speak to those conversations and the possibilities? I know that you've done a lot of design and a lot of engineering or reports on the different stadiums.
I have to bite my tongue. I'm just going to bite it a little bit. Some stuff's going to come out. We, City of Regina, all cities, municipalities in North America, build infrastructure that's used for one season. I have tennis courts that are wonderful where I live. I drive past them. I don't see anybody playing on the tennis court in February. I don't see them playing hockey or volleyball or basketball. We have wonderful basketball courts in the city. I don't see anybody playing basketball in November. You know, I've had occasion to be in the Kinsman Arena a couple of weeks ago. It was empty. Lights were on, but it was empty. So the point being, and I don't mean to be, we build a lot of infrastructure because our competitive disadvantage being in Regina versus Orlando is weather. That's just the way it is. But that aside, yes, a baseball stadium, a new baseball stadium would allow a lot more than just what we're talking about, baseball. We've seen the Okotoks Dogs do movie nights. They do concerts in their park. There's a I believe in Sylvan Lake, part of center field moves out and they move in a stage. It was built that way for concerts. I believe they have the electrical under the pitching mound. It's already built in there for concerts, and they do that. And so, in addition, what a new stadium gets you is a longer baseball season. We can't get on to Curry Field till May 27th, May 25th. It's frozen. The Sylvan Lake Gulls, who have artificial turf, are on there as soon as the snow melts. They're out there playing. So the point being, you get more users when you have a longer season, just for baseball alone.
And I do want to make sure all my council colleagues know that I was out in my gumboots switching water off of the Red Sox field. Yeah, that's what we were doing. So
and you brought your own sump pump, or you brought your own pump.
I think we brought a couple, didn't we? We needed them. So I thank you for that explanation. I thank you for, and I'm not saying that you have to have something in the wintertime, because there's lots of other things that don't, but I do want the people to know that that conversation has been had a few times, so it's not that's not even an intention. And I would like to thank the Red Sox and thank you for bringing that to, something that possibly could happen. A $30,000 commitment to see what we could get, I think is okay. We're not committing the next council, but I'll talk to administration, and if you have anything further to add, Mr. Simpson, that's great, but I appreciate everything that you've
Well,
brought
just
here.
at the top end, I say 30. It was 43, and I'm,
Yeah,
it might be 25.
thank you. Thank you for that. That's all I have.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Councilor Nelson. I don't see anybody else. Before I send it to you to close, Councilor Hawkins, I have a couple questions. Let's go back in time, just like Councilor Nelson had us doing, back to 2021. The actual process was needs assessment first,
Correct.
which was submitted, and we took the next step into a feasibility study that we split the costs on as well.
Needs assessment, recommended feasibility study, we split the cost on both.
Okay. And I think the feasibility study came in early 2023. Is that correct?
I believe it got underway, yeah, it got underway, I think, December 5th, 2022.
Yeah.
And then it took a couple months, and then it actually was given, the feasibility study was actually given to the Catalyst Committee.
Yeah, it was in their report, actually. So
Yes.
it was submitted in there. So Q1 of 2023. Okay. And the feasibility study said you should probably invest in Ball?
Yeah, I mean, I'm quoting, it said, this should be considered a transformational catalyst project and consider Taylor Field as the primary site and the rail yards as the secondary site.
Thanks. And I had asked the question of the Catalyst report at the time, and it was because it was seasonal versus something that was 12 months a year. That's the only reason it wasn't considered one of those major Catalyst projects. There was a rendering that was provided as it relates to Taylor Field. We know that we've got a wedge of land kind of south of where the old actual Taylor Field was, which for those council members who don't know, in 1912 was an actual ball diamond. But just south of where the Taylor Field is, that land has been denoted for residential development. In your opinion, if we had a ball diamond that was built that had artificial turf, goes green all year long, is that an attractive place to build, to have a patio overlooking a ball field? Other than errant foul balls. I'm gonna qualify that.
I'm reluctant, reticent to say yes, only because, recreational infrastructure projects are, in my opinion, very location sensitive. And I think I mentioned this when I was at council last go around. We, province of Saskatchewan and the city of Regina, indeed, spent $278 million on Mosaic Stadium. And I think other than Pile of Bones Brewery that went up, nothing's happened. There's been sort of no economic impact beyond the building of the stadium. In fact, it might be considered a real drag on the finances of Real to have to account for the management of that. So I think Taylor Field's site could work. I think it could. I mean, it's been vacant for, I think, October of 2017, the demolition occurred, so it's been vacant for a long time. So yes, it could, but I think it would take a little bit of forethought if we got to that stage, Mayor Masters, as to what development the city wanted to see around that. So I believe it's more than just, let's put up a stadium, build it and they will come. Well, they will come, but they will go. And I think I would like to see, if Taylor Field was the site, that the vision was beyond just a baseball stadium. That what other economic activity could be developed there.
So if it was that kind of cool mix of main floor retail, commercial, restaurant type of, with residential above it, that might make some sense in terms of...
Sure, residential, hotel, there's lots of opportunities to put commercial or marry commercial with that sort of a venue. But when you think about it, I think the Taylor Field site would take a lot more work. It would take more capital than I think the rail yards would, because you and I don't see this in the same light. I hope you still vote for this, though. But I just see the underpinnings at the rail yards of economic activity already being there, but you probably know more about stuff than I do, so I'll leave it at that.
No, and I appreciate what you mean. You're stepping into an existing, commercial and.
There's sort of an
after-hour economic nightlife.
There's an economic ecosystem already there in place.
I appreciate that.
Yeah.
I appreciate that. I think council was informed, if we were to develop a park or park space, it's about $1 million an acre. And so, from the perspective of $1 million an acre, does that what do we get for $1 million an acre as it relates to contribution to a ball diamond?
Well, I mean, you're probably looking at, depending on what the parking situation looks like, I think I'm going to answer your question correctly, if I'm understanding it properly. You're probably $7 million in at $1 million an acre for a baseball stadium.
Okay, all right.
3 years from now, that changes.
No, yeah, trust me. I think council's super aware of escalation. There was some question around, the basis for how this motion has been structured. And I think Councilor Nelson did a really good job with her questions of drilling down. At present, it's $25,000 essentially to do the assessment as to whether there's philanthropic or sponsorship opportunities to contribute to the construction of this particular infrastructure, with all further details to be determined at a later date. However, I did want to highlight DCG has already done what work for you?
So the only work that they have done relative to the baseball project is that the people who contributed to the feasibility study, LSSE, the Red Sox, Real, and the city, engaged DCG to put a very brief summary or report together based on their experience for philanthropic sports infrastructure, and asked for their professional opinion on what they thought they could raise philanthropically. And the answer was $4 to $8 million. Other than that, there's been no further work done with DCG.
But Councillor Zakiniak asked the question, is there any philanthropic notional contribution potential at the existing Curry Field? Did you get any feedback from DCG on that?
No, we didn't engage in that.
What were the specifics around the engagement is my question.
The engagement specifically was, what do you think you could raise for a baseball stadium located at the rail yards in Regina?
Okay. Thanks very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, sir. Councillor Hawkins, you have any further questions for the delegation?
No, I have no further
All right.
questions for the delegation.
Well, Mr. Simpson, I think that's the balance of our questions. I'll thank you very much for being present and answering questions this afternoon.
If you vote in favor, I've never worked harder for $30,000.
I think every one of my councillors would agree with you in terms of the work they do. We'll now consider motion MN 24-11, baseball facility, Regina Red Sox. Councillor Hawkins, can you please introduce the report? Oh, I apologize. We have a communication on motion 24-11. Can I have a motion to receive and file communication CP 24-73? Thank you, Councillor LeBlanc, seconded by Councillor Bresciani. I'll call the question. Any opposed? Carried. Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Now we'll consider motion 24-11. Councillor Hawkins, can you please introduce your motion?
Thank you, Mayor. In many ways, the questioning of councillors and the answers given by Mr. Simpson has made my job easier. This is not a motion about building a baseball field. It's a motion about creating an opportunity to explore the possibility of building a baseball field. Councillor Bresciani said it's a motion about taking the first steps, and that's a correct characterization. The first steps are a long way from the last steps. Councillor Nelson carefully and clearly identified that the total cost resulting out of this motion would be $30,000 as our contribution to the DCG philanthropic study. This seems to me to be an opportunity not to be missed. The challenge for us was, how do we preserve the Red Sox at Curry Field while we explore the opportunity of building a new baseball field? And the answer was in section 1. There has to be some contribution to Curry Field, and that contribution has to be recognized that the Red Sox are going to also be contributing, as they would have to and Living Sky, to a new baseball facility. I want to just underline the point, though, that the money invested in Curry Field now will not be lost no matter what. It will become a better facility to support the baseball athletic activity of the community. A new baseball project has all kinds of possibility. We don't know where it'll be located, but we hope it'll be located in a really great place to play baseball. We don't know exactly what the stadium will look like, but we hope that it'll be a first-class facility that would be admired in the league, that would attract tourists, that would provide a facility that would help young baseball players in Regina to play and develop their skills, baseball facilities where we could go on a summer evening with our families to see a ball game, a baseball facility that would enhance and dignify our city. But to do that, we have to get going. And this motion is the opportunity to help us move forward. I want to give council one other assurance. Apart from the decision which we'll make this afternoon to start to explore this possibility in a realistic sense, apart from creating the opportunity for philanthropic input, for private sector input, apart from all of that, it's worth remembering that nothing further will happen until it comes back to the next council to make a decision on the project. So it's not like we're committing anybody to much more than doing a $25,000, $30,000 study. It's the next council, the new council, which will have, I think, the enviable task of deciding whether to go forward, and that's the way it should be. I'd ask for your support for the project. I think Mr. Simpson, who's creative thinking in this, has created this opportunity for us to move forward, and I encourage council to take advantage of the occasion that's presenting itself.
I apologize. Council, I needed a seconder on that. Can I get a seconder on the motion? Thank you. Councillor Mancinelli. Councillor Nelson, please go ahead.
Just a couple questions for Councillor Hawkins. What is the big change from 2 years ago when you said they were a professional team and that this is something that was not on the Catalyst report, so to bring forward? So I'm trying to figure out what has changed through the chair.
I think it's a fair question.
Absolutely.
I think that I know that the thinking of the Catalyst Committee was exactly as Mr. Simpson indicated out of the report. The reason it wasn't a Catalyst report in a project as in the same way as the others was this was thought to be a much more seasonal project. I think Mr. Simpson has addressed that question. That was simply the thinking of the Catalyst report. There's also a sense in the Catalyst Committee that this was a project that maybe more than any of the others could raise money, could attract private sector support, that this was a project that had a chance of going ahead on the basis of the funding that could be realized. So this was a slightly different project than the others. That's not to say there wasn't enthusiasm for it. What's changed, professional, non-professional? I'm not the expert here. Mr. Simpson has said it's a non-professional team. what's changed in my thinking was, I've had 2 years to think. If we lost the opportunity 2 years ago, I think you were correct 2 years ago, and I thought, hey, maybe we should pick up the opportunity now.
I am going to take that as a super win. Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. I was right again. It was fun. Let me have that for a moment. Administration, what are your thoughts on this, if I could ask? Ms. Anderson?
Through you, Mayor Masters, I'll start and then I may pass it off to some other staff. I would say on behalf of administration, first of all, we appreciate clarity and direction on this. It is our first opportunity to talk to council about this notice of motion. So I think it does provide good clarity, and I just have a couple questions. I'm just curious on the first part, the direct administration to enter into a long-term lease. We're already doing that, as you know, because we were asked informally by council. I'm wondering if it's necessary to include the at the Taylor Field or Yards site and just have it as new facility. As I heard through the delegation and through your conversation, we're starting from the start and we want to get the study done. And I think if we're also saying it's either Taylor Field or the Yards, I think we're able to actually do the study part of it without landing on that, because I can go through, you know, if I, like rail yards, I know that we have expected housing units. We've got the $22.4 million tied to funding for use on Dewdney Ave. And there's also a council-approved neighborhood plan that doesn't contemplate currently that ball diamond. I know Taylor Field, there was some talk of having a sports district. It's also been said that there's land north of 10th that's being considered for half funding, and how would having a ball diamond impact that? And if I kind of am trying to think about this on a like, what is the first next step? It is investing that $30,000 to get that study done for the philanthropy. So my curiosity would be to actually understand if we have to include at the Taylor Field or Yards to get the work done, or if that might slow down and cause discussions not necessary. Again, open to whatever. It was just something that we were wondering about. And then I would
Do you want an answer to that question? Do you want to answer your second question first?
Yeah, no, go ahead.
Okay.
I appreciate it.
I don't know how Councillor Hawkins looks at this as the mover on the floor, but as someone who signed the motion, yes, it has to include Taylor Field or the Yard site, in part because we know from the initial letter that it was identified as being downtown. You know, I think you asked what had changed. I would argue that investment in the downtown city center core, especially given where the indoor aquatic facility is going, is important. We already know south of 10th we can't do residential because of contamination. So this, and you know, there's talk of a park or whatnot, so this makes sense. And so I think if we're going to invest money to go do a study on philanthropy, I think people rightfully want to say, well, where located? And it was clearly articulated by the delegate, not Curry Field, no disrespect intended whatsoever, because it will be a great under 16 ball diamond in the future. Councillor Hawkins, go ahead.
I can add nothing further to that other than it was always envisaged that this would be a catalyst kind of project. And it was envisaged that it would enhance the desirability of the location around it. So either Taylor Field or the Yards.
Well, and I thank you for that, but that is actually my concern. The administration is saying this is spoken for, this is already projects going ahead. That was my concern, is how do you say it's going to be here or there when maybe that's can't be possibly where it is? So how do we get some clarification that through the chair.
And through Mayor Master, I don't think I'm saying like it's definitively spoken
Right.
for it, like for me, because some of this work had been done before I started. I really needed to go back and try and understand like what have we actually kind of leaned towards with the yards and with Taylor Field, and what are some of the implications if that is where this rec center would be located, and if our first next step is to explore whether or not we can get donations to help build it. I just wanted to make sure that we had to have, frankly, the Taylor Field and yards in there, just because there's very differing opinion on where it should be. So as administration, I just want to say I'm not saying that the lands are absolutely spoken for. I think I've just heard very differing ideas of what they might be used for. And then I also know that we have some investment dollars tied into the Dewdney Ave reconstruction that has expectations on things like housing units. And so I didn't know if to do the next step, we really needed to worry about the location, but I'm hearing that we do. So I just wanted to bring that up as a point of clarity.
So
Sorry, ma'am, sorry, Councillor Nelson, but you did have a second question. Ms. Anderson, please go ahead.
And then I think I would just say we're working with the Red Sox on that long-term lease. As the delegation said, we need to come up with like mutually agreed upon list of capital investments eligible for the remuneration, and frankly that other clubs could use, and the delegation also said that if we're investing in capital upgrades while we're exploring something else, we shouldn't think of that as, I guess, a waste of money, because the intention would be that the facilities would still be used, just not used by them. So I just wanted to make that point as well. The second point, I think that's the super easy one, and I heard absolute clarity from everyone that going in and doing the DCG philanthropic case for support will really help us understand what there is for investment dollars. So I think that administration is clear on that one. And then the question was around the third part of it. I think just making sure that we're not committing more than that $30,000 through that third part of it, because it says commit to the following, subject to the case for support, confirming donations, and then it talks to what we're actually going to invest. Mm-hmm. And so I guess just clarity of understanding on if it's positive for the case of support, they don't actually have the donation yet, so are we tying up that money just based on the report? And then just some questions around trying to understand the 2.5 million spread over the next 10 years, and just for clarity, trying to understand, are we thinking that it's going to be a 10-year process to raise the $5 million, or how did we get to that number?
So those are my questions too, and I'm going to look to the Councillor Hawkins and Mayor Masters. What would, another friendly amendment, but what would be the downside to that? Because if you're trying to do a case study and you're trying to do this, you need to have a vast understanding, and they need to say it's not pinholed to these certain spots. Is there a way to just take that out and say, hey, go do the study and you guys come back to us with what?
Yeah, no, I think it is site specific. It's not just anywhere a ball diamond. This is very site specific. It's why I asked the question of that. So that's my intention, but Councillor Hawkins?
I agree.
Yeah, so going back to that first question, that we answered is, yeah, it's Taylor Field of the Yards. It's it's investing in something that will beautify city center core, beautify land that is already, I mean, I have a preference for Taylor Field, as you heard from Mr. Simpson, he has a preference for the yards. And my reasoning is that we have contaminated ground that we can't put anything other than Parker parking on anyways. But you can put a ball diamond there.
You can put a ball diamond on the rail yards.
No, I'm
Is that what
talking
you're
about
saying?
Taylor Fields.
Okay.
South of Taylor Field, still leaving the land available for residential and commercial development.
I just think that this will really shackle the process of it moving forward if it's specific to specific areas, so I struggle with that. And I struggle, yes, with the fact that we're all saying, okay, it's only $30,000, I get it, and then the next council you say is gonna be that, but that's not the way the motion is reading. So I don't understand.
Do you have a question there?
Well, I don't understand, because you're saying that it's $30,000, but then in the motion it says a minimum cash investment of $250 million if this $5 million is raised.
Yeah, and I think we'll go back to Mr. Simpson. I can call you back here to answer this again, but I'm going to try to paraphrase. But the case for support is dependent upon location in terms of the folks that may be interested in sponsoring something that sees thousands of vehicles and people per year versus somewhere else that they don't. That's why that's important. The philanthropic confirming donations was attached specifically, through DCG to say that if this becomes part of a district, the ability to raise money becomes more significant. The $250,000 per year over 10 years was a modest amount of commitment that you heard Mr. Simpson say. Everyone wants to understand that if they're going to commit, has the city shown a piece of commitment? That's the piece of commitment, $250,000 per year over the course of 10 years. This point number 2 simply says consider a further. There is no commitment in that other than to say we wouldn't go up beyond that in any event, so keep that in mind. So point number 131 is minimum investment of $250,000 over 10 years if you're able to raise a minimum of $5 million with confirmed donations and or sponsorship support. So you put skin in, we've already said that if you put skin in, we clearly are showing up to the game. That's what that says. Councillor Hawkins, I don't know, did I miss that?
That's exactly my understanding, and I'd only add one thing. It'll all come back to whatever is worked out as a result of the negotiation, the contributions, the financial input. It'll all come back to council for final approval on the project that's being proposed. What we're trying to do here is at least get a project proposal so that council can consider it.
So respectfully, then why does this motion not say, if this happens, then we will come back to council to ask for 1 and 2 to be considered, through the chair?
Thanks, Councillor Nelson. Point number 4 says that. Commit to fulfill the financial considerations set out above, and point 3 shall be subject to and conditional on the City of Regina in its absolute and sole discretion being satisfied with the baseball stadium project design, location, ownership structure, final capital cost estimate, terms of financing, and stadium management. It's all there.
Okay, that's all I have.
Thank you, Councillor Nelson. Councillor Stanachuk.
Okay. Thank you. Through the mayor. I just wanted to get some clarity or ask administration through the mayor about the part 3 of this, the minimum cash investment. So if this does go through all the stages, $250,000 per year over 10 years, what kind of a budget would that come out of? And I know that would it be some kind of recreation budget, and would it mean having to defer any other projects?
Who's in charge of finance? Ms. Anderson?
Thank you, through you, Mayor Masters. I think at this point we didn't identify a funding source. That would be one of the questions. So it might be the intent would be to reallocate funds already earmarked for future projects, such as the projects in the 10-year recreation and cultural capital plan. And so then we would have to review the plans and do a little bit of reprioritization. Or you could look at mill rate or some other things. But really at this point, we were just focused on clarity of understanding the motion, recognizing that funding source for it should everything align would be a future discussion.
Okay. And I guess to the movers, through the chair, just the part 2 about the consider a further direct financial investment or in kind up to a maximum of 10 million. Is there any, can you give a little bit of reason why that number was chosen? And if, let's say the DCG was able to raise significantly more money, then that would be subject, that requirement might not be as high. Is that my understanding?
We're trying to come on the outside of it, but yeah, if they raise $8 million, well, we would contribute less, keeping in mind that the land forms part of our contribution as well. Councillor Hawkins, is that how you understood it?
That's correct. That's what I
Okay. I think that's all I have for my questioning, just to be clear. Well, I suppose the last question through you, Mayor, is just, even though number 4 says that this would come back to, for future decision of the City of Regina, it does not say council. And I guess that's what I'm just sort of wondering, if it should say that, or...
Probably.
Yes, absolutely, it's the council.
Okay.
There you go, there you go. All right.
Okay. Yeah. So I guess if the
Council is the
movers...
City of Regina.
No.
For
Okay,
decision making.
so City of Regina Council, it will
Yeah.
add, if we
Okay.
could,
Add the
friendly
word
amendment,
council.
add the word council.
Okay.
Thank you, Kate. Good
That's
catch,
all I have.
both
Thanks.
of you. Good catch. Councillor LeBlanc, please go ahead.
Thank you. My recollection through the chair was that the Catalyst Committee, when it considered and did not recommend this project, was looking at a combined baseball and soccer stadium. I have 2 questions. One is, am I right in that? And the second is, if we're going down this path, should we rope soccer in as the Catalyst Committee did?
I'm going to let Councillor Hawkins take that one first.
The Catalyst Committee considered this, the baseball field, and in the course of discussion, it was also considering an outdoor soccer turf. And somebody said, well, if we put them together, we could share the stands and the locker rooms. It's a great idea. I suppose if the DCG study comes up and says, yes, we can raise $6 million for a baseball stadium, but we can raise $12 million if attached to a soccer field, that will come back to the City of Regina Council, and it will be a very exciting project indeed.
Sorry, and the reason I laughed was because, yeah, absolutely. And I think it's not that it was rejected as a project, it was just basically noted that it wasn't a 12-month. So the synthetic soccer, we know we don't have that field. And so would it still be on the horizon potentially? I think in this regards, because we're sharing the cost of the DCG report specific to the ball diamond with the folks that are backing that, it just seemed to focus in. But I think you raise a really good point for future opportunity.
Thank you. It seems to me there's kind of 2 chicken and egg issues here, and it's tying me up in knots a bit, and maybe someone can assist. The first one is, one of the chicken and egg issues is, as Mr. Simpson raised, we're not going to have philanthropic people pony up money until we show the city serious. That's what the 2.5 million is about. And so I suppose I take that to mean this vote is about 2.5 million plus the cost of the study from DCG. Because if they do the study and they get the 5 million and we say, now we don't want to put the 2.5 in, I think we've written a check that just bounced. So that's improper. So I think this is a 2.5 million one. That's a chicken and egg issue. The other one, and I might ask the movers for clarification on this, is DCG is to assess whether there's $5 million in potential funding for the baseball project. But the baseball project isn't yet determined in terms of location, size, management, etc. So what is the plan that DCG is going to be putting to these potential funders to assess interest in funding it? And I suppose the chicken and the egg element is, do we need to solidify location, ownership, capital structure before it goes to market to figure out what private funders are really capable of ponying up?
It's a good question. The idea of an arena, they've got them already. They've been presented already over the last couple of years. It's in the needs assessment, it's in the facility. So they have the sketch or the rendering essentially of what this could look like. In addition, these community baseball, WCBL stadiums already exist in the prairies. So you don't have to look very far to kind of have a concept. And so it's about the concept of, we want to build something like this, and we want to build it here or here, but downtown location. Would you be interested in participating? I think based upon what DCG says, they can absolutely do that all day long, just like they've done with Ronald McDonald Houses, the Gordie Howe Bowl, the Reme Art Gallery. Saskatoon has raised millions of dollars doing this. Maybe the bigger question is, while they're doing this, if it forms part of a sports district, because now we have a field house, which is CSIS standards, so we can compete in, college track and field type of things, or national track and field type of things. And we're building an indoor aquatic facility, and I'm not sure if council wants an answer as, is there philanthropy for that out there as well? And so maybe the bigger question for us might be, if this was part of something bigger, is there money out there? Like, not just for the ball diamond, but for something else. But I'll go back again. I think in this case, the renderings exist. It's for the concept of it. The buildings already exist. And so if we were going to put something downtown between donations or sponsorship, that's there. They do this a lot. So I think I would trust in that question being answered through this partnership with the Red Sox. Did I answer your question?
Yeah, no, that's fair enough. I take that to mean the sort of potential funders DCG is going to approach with this sort of thing will have a good enough sense of what we're proposing to know whether they're willing to put money toward it. Yeah, I think that's fair enough. I want to just ask, and I actually don't know the answer to this question. It's not a prop. Is, of the approved Catalyst projects, is the city currently partnering with an organization like DCG to see whether private folks want to fund those? And I guess the implied critique is, are we putting more resources toward an unapproved Catalyst project than we are to pursuing an approved Catalyst project? Through the chair.
Thanks for the question. I'll flip it. I'll answer on behalf of the library board. Yes, they've hired DCG to do exactly that. That was in that presentation that they're going out. As it relates to the city, as it relates to the indoor aquatic facility?
Yeah, through you, Mayor Masters, then that's the other one, is the aquatic facility is one we're considering as well.
And through the chair, Ms. Anderson, when you say considering, is that actively being done with someone like DCG, or that's something we might do?
It's something we might do in the very near future.
Thank you. I want to just ask about in provision 1, the terms of the lease. So I understand Mr. Simpson's concern is, if we continue operating Curry Field and we make leasehold improvements and then we later move, shouldn't we be fully reimbursed for those because the city now has this asset scot-free? I just want to play that out. So let's say Mr. Simpson mentioned no one should use the women's washrooms at Curry Field. Let's say they improve the washrooms. That helps them sell more tickets. They're there for 10 years and then they leave. We fully reimburse them for the cost of the washrooms 10 years on, despite that helping them sell more tickets in those 10 years. That strikes me as a bad deal for us. I want to do 2 comments through the chair. One is 2 questions through the chair. Is that your understanding of what's being proposed? And if it is, does that seem like a term we should agree to today?
Yeah, I'll let Councillor Hawkins go with that in case administration needs direction, but I think both parties kind of have it. Go ahead.
I think the answer is, first of all, there's a net gain to the city to getting good washrooms in Curry Field that are usable in all likelihood if this goes forward long before 10 years. Those washrooms will serve the citizen users of the Curry Field indefinitely. So I think that it's the clause is a recognition of the fact that money spent on Curry Field will benefit citizens of Regina, even if or when a new baseball field is built.
Okay, I'll add in before administration, because I think what administration was saying is that there's going to be some things invested in, which that's about the Red Sox. That's not about the facility itself. But using an example of a new scoreboard. Red Sox invest in a new scoreboard, they should be allowed to take that scoreboard with them. So if they leave it, there's probably a depreciated value because we depreciate all our assets, every business does, and so depreciated value I think would attach. As it relates to the washroom, if we invest in washrooms, what do we amortize them out over and do those calculations? I think that's part of that. And so are there either, I should be able to, if I attach something, I should be able to take it with me in that event that it's possible, or to my mind, it's some things will have residual value and should stay, some things are solely, and I think that's, Ms. Anderson will clarify now, but I'm sure that's what she meant by the negotiation process.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Masters, yeah, you got it absolutely correct. We are just starting the long-term lease negotiations, but we know that we need to be really clear to ensure that Red Sox investments in Curry Field are at a scope and scale that support grassroots ball at Curry, as opposed to investments that would primarily benefit them. And then that would be, as Mayor Master said, if it's the scoreboard and it goes with them, then that's fine. If they decide, I don't know, that they need a beautiful office that a grassroots organization might not need, that would likely not be something that we would agree upon. And then in addition, we would recommend that the cost basis for the reimbursement needs to be clearly established in that long-term lease. And so that's historical cost, depreciating value at time of reimbursement, replacement cost, and all of those sorts of things. And so we're not there yet, but we've identified those as items that we need to work through and have as part of the long-term lease agreement with both sides agreeing.
Thank you. Can I ask how much time I have left?
You have over a minute, sir.
Thank you. Through the chair, administration, do you view any of the terms in item 1 of the draft motion, if it passes, in constraining your ability to negotiate the long-term lease? If the answer is no, I might not have any follow-up questions.
Through you, Mayor Masters, I don't. I will look around to administration to see, I'm seeing no's all around.
Great. Thank you. I suppose my only comment, and I have to think more about it quickly, is it seems to me we're short on space for debt. If we're in for 2.5 million on this, if DCG can get 5 million, I don't know where that money is going to come from. And if we do have extra kind of walking around cash, it seems to me we should prioritize it going toward approved catalyst projects unless we want to reconsider those. So that's where I'm currently at. I would love a baseball diamond, but lined up against other recreation and catalyst committees projects, I just don't know that it's at the top of that list from where we are. But certainly support the long-term lease in item 1, as well as looking into whether there's private money available. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor LeBlanc. Councillor Skiniak. Oh, one moment. Thanks very much. Councillor Skiniak, please go ahead.
Okay, so I have a couple of questions to start for the movers of the motion. And I guess there was 2 comments that Councillor Hawkins made that I wanted to follow up on. So the first one was, I think that this project has the ability to raise more money. I think it was than the other catalyst projects. But if you can clarify that. and help me understand, like, just more information about that, please.
It raised more money than the $5,000 that, or $5 million that DCG estimated. I think their estimate is a low estimate, a cautious estimate. I think they'll be more successful than that.
Okay, thank you. That helps. And then also, Councillor Hawkins, you were saying we don't want to lose this opportunity. So my question is, you know, there's been lots of talk about how 2 years ago, I guess it was, that, you know, we've been talking about this for a few years now. How would we, if we don't act on it now, what is the danger? Why is there a danger of losing the opportunity? What is the danger that I'm missing? Through the chair.
Well, I think the danger is the enthusiasm of the proponents of this project may wane, and indeed, that was a concern now. I think there's a danger that the league may lean on the Red Sox and insist on a more concrete proposal. I think this delay here could really cost us the opportunity.
Okay, thanks. And so it was mentioned in relation to, like there was, we don't know right now, we have a sense about fundraising support to build a new stadium, but I asked about whether or not, I asked the delegation about whether or not, what do we know about the appetite for fundraising to support renovations on the existing site. The answer was that we don't have that information. And that concerns me. I think that's an important question. So that causes a hesitation for me in terms of supporting this motion. But also, as noted, this is not just moving ahead with, you know, $25,000 or $30,000 to do this, sorry, I'm missing the term of the case for support study. This would also be, it does say in the motion, commit to the following, and one is a minimum cash investment of $500,000, and spread over 10 years. So yes, so it says that in the motion itself. It does say it has to come back to council, or it will say that, but it says that council, you know, in its discretion being satisfied, and it lists a bunch of things: the design, location, ownership structure, etc. What if the next council just doesn't think that this is a good idea? That is not outlined as something that council should, like, we don't know. We're going to have a changeover in council. We know that we won't have the exact same folks around the table. We don't know if they would even want to pursue this. And so I think it would be in bad form for us to say, yep, go ahead, do this, and then the next council says this isn't a priority for us. I think it would look bad. I think it would reflect poorly on council, and I'm not comfortable doing that. Like, I'm not comfortable giving direction of what the next council should commit to. I also think that the timing of this, unfortunately for the Red Sox, could not be worse. We don't even know how to pay for our basic infrastructure needs that we have in the city. Never mind our wants, our needs. We don't know. Like, we've been talking about this for the last several meetings. And so I think that the timing is all wrong for this. I think it needs to come back. Like, this needs to be discussed with the next council. And I know my residents that I've spoken with, unfortunately, they're struggling just to make ends meet. So many folks right now. And so for them to consider, like, making this sort of investment into a brand new facility is just not the reality that residents in Regina are living right now. This is not the time for this. And so unfortunately, I can't support it.
Thank you very much, Councillors Kidney. Councillor Mancinelli.
Thanks. First up, I'm just wondering, we have a facilities asset management plan. I'm wondering how Curry Field fits into that plan. What do we know about our present asset? I know that the asset management policy isn't properly funding for looking after all the assets. Where does that leave us currently on Curry Field?
Anyone, asset management? Anyone?
Through the chair. The question is how it fits into our asset management plan. It is in our asset management plan, and it is at end of life. So we are looking at replacing the clubhouse.
Okay. And so if it is already stated at end of life and part of our asset management, I take it in the past we've thought that this was a responsibility of the city to have as part of the quality of life aspect of our city. Is that what I can infer from that?
I'm going to just clarify through the chair. The whole facility as a ballpark is not part of the asset management plan. The support facilities and the clubhouse, those are. So the clubhouse is at end of life. The support facilities have probably about 5 to 10 years.
Okay. Well, I guess I'm going to turn the corner because we're talking about buildings instead of recreation. So how does Curry Field fit into the rec master plan? That one talks about recreation.
Through the chair, I'll pass that over to Ms. Shaley.
Ms. Shaley.
Through you, Mayor Masters. So the Recreation Master Plan speaks to baseball in a broad sense. And one of the priorities of the Recreation Master Plan is to invest in our, I think the phrase grassroots ball diamonds has been mentioned earlier. And so council's aware from our previous discussions on this topic that we've done an audit of those ball diamonds, and we have funding from our Recreation Culture Capital Plan to invest in those. And then the Recreation Master Plan talks specifically about what we consider a high performance facility like Curry Field, and recommends that if there's a partnership opportunity, that we consider the partnership opportunity. And so I would suggest that this motion is aligned with that aspect of the Recreation Master Plan. If we're not pursuing this kind of project, we would continue to address issues as they come up and as they're urgent, as we do with many of our other recreation facilities where we struggle with the age of the facility and infrastructure issues.
Thank you for that. Out of curiosity, how long has it been slated as end of life in the facilities asset management plan and as a need in the rec master plan? Is this just something that turned out in the last year, or have we been sitting on this for a decade?
Through the chair. So I'll start, and then I'll hand it over to Ms. Shaley. So the clubhouse is at end of life. I would say it has been at end of life for a couple of years. So we are in the planning and design stages of a new facility. The clubhouse and a sub depot, we've been holding off until there's a decision made on whether we're going to revitalize the park at the existing location or if we're relocating. So what that facility would actually look like. And I'll maybe hand it over to Ms. Shaley.
Through you, Mayor Masters. So we've been aware for some time that there's investments required in the other assets at Curry Field. And so, as I said earlier, we've been tackling them sort of on a as-needed basis. Mr. May, who can speak further about the investments that we've made, but he's been over the years in regular dialogue with the Red Sox and our other baseball groups, and we prioritize the investments through dialogue with those groups. And I know just this past year, we did invest in the field of play, and maybe I'll ask Mr. May to relay some of the improvements that we've been able to make so that council is aware of the scale of investment that we've been able to make within.
Through the chair, early this spring, we addressed some of the issues with the infield, the pitcher's mound, and some ridges that had built up along the baselines, which affect the way the ball bounces, if you will, and could be dangerous for players. Last year, we had tackled some issues around the warning track, things like that. So mostly concentrated on the field of play. Over the years, as Ms. Shaley said, we've also contributed or facilitated improvements into the cooling system and the concession stand, etc. But none of them are big ticket items like we're contemplating with the new build. It's more to keep things going at a more grassroots level.
One more question. The facilities asset management plan and the rec master plan, when were they released? Those plans are both a couple years old already, correct?
Ms. Shaley, Rec Master Plan, what year?
2019, 2020, around there.
Which was the update from the one done in 2009?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, thanks. Asset Management Plan 2022 fall?
2022, March 2022 is a refreshed one.
Thank you. I think those are all the answers I need. This is a proposal that activates money when money is put from support from the community. A $30,000 buy-in from the city, I think, is more than reasonable to get this going. Looking at how long this has been also already planned for by the administration, the staging, the need, our responsibility, having an asset at the end of life, and even in the rec master plan saying that we should be finding a partner to get this off the ground and going, and that's what we have to look for, well, it's fallen in our lap. We're not outspending a future council. We're reacting to a ball that got kicked down the road that we're having to put up with that never got addressed in the past, and we're coming together with a plan to move it forward in the future. And I think that's the responsibility of a council to make decisions. I'll be supporting this. Thank you.
Councillor Matsinelli. Councillor Bresciani, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. So, I just want to be clear, when I read this motion, I've heard from administration that we are committing to the $30,000. The work they'll go away if this is approved. Administration will partner with Living Skies Sports and engage with the DCG to go out to see if there is interest in this opportunity. Is that accurate?
Ms. Anderson.
Through you, Mayor Masters, yes, that's accurate.
Thank you. What will be when will that then come back to council? So if it's just not when, but when do we then, if they go away and they say there is the $5 million that they can get, or 7, or could be even more, they come back and they say, yes, we've got the funds, da-da-da. They come back to council at that time, as I understand. I just want to be clear that I understand the process. That then would come back to council as the findings of this, and then that would determine, then that would ignite the 10 payments of $250,000 a year for the 2.5. Is that accurate?
According to how I understand the third part, yes, and I think that was part of my initial questioning was to really try and understand, is the city just committing 30,000 or 30,000 plus 2.5 million? Should the study from DCG come back and say we think that there's a probable likelihood that $5 million can be raised?
Maybe I'll ask the movers, just to be clear, like, was your understanding that the 2.5 is part of the motion as I read it, so it would be the 30,000 and then 2.5 would, then it would come back and then the 2.5 would be kind of forced, I guess, approved, or is this approving it all right now? Because I've heard different, we're only approving 30,000, but then when I kind of read the motion, I'm thinking, we're approving 2.5 the way I read it. And Mr. Simpson is shaking his head no, so.
There you go, Mr. Simpson's saying no.
30,000.
But I'll let Councillor Hawkins answer.
Thank you.
The answer is we're approving only 30,000 today.
Okay.
In order to commit more, council would have in front of it a project,
Okay.
a defined project, and at that point, they would be deciding whether to accept the project or reject it. If they accept the project at that point, it's a commitment, and funding sources have to be found for that. If they reject the project, it's game over.
Then how did we come up with the 2.5 over the 10 years? How did that come about through the chair?
I think it was felt that there had to be some tangible number that prospective donors and private investors could understand. That seemed to be a reasonable number.
Okay. So hearing that, $30,000 to me is something that is peanuts to our ratepayers. I'm just going to say this compared to what was approved as per the library of 119 million, which puts us into a huge deficit. The reason I will support this is because last term, we had a group come before us and said, we want to do the work similar to what DCG is doing. We want to go out and we will market, we will get sponsors for your, whatever it is you want to raise money for. And we decided at that time, well, we didn't, administrations, they would hire someone internally at that time to do the work instead of going out with an outside company. Is there anyone here on council that remembers that? Not on council, but administration. Probably not too many, because I think everybody's, Mr. May remember that. But we chose to hire an individual to do this kind of work that DCG is doing, to go out and find sponsorship for this exactly the kind of work that we're doing here. So, to me, they're going out to do the work. Living Skies is going to go out and do the work with the City of Regina, and they're actually going to try and find this money with DCG. To me, they're going to raise the millions of dollars that the taxpayers of Regina will not have to fork out, like the library, is my point. So we're only saying, this is only setting the foundation to go out and see what you can figure out. Is there an interest in bringing a baseball stadium here? And I would see our Catalyst Committee projects, all the other ones that are still in the queue, like an arena or whatever, a multi-purpose, all of these should be fitted, as Councillor LeBlanc has said. They should also be starting to look at some of these. This has come, we've had this presentation come to us now a few times. This is not new to us. And I'll say that I can commit to the 30,000 to allow an organization or an investor go out and work with a company like DCG and partner kind of with the city to work with administration to see what funds they can raise for a baseball stadium. And when they come back to council, doesn't matter who it is, you'll be able to approve that at the time. So that's the way I understand it, and I'll leave it there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Councillor Fundera, we're approaching a mandatory break. Quick.
30 seconds.
All right.
I want to signal my support of the motion. I've been in support of this from the very beginning. I knew what we needed for the city. It's a low-hanging fruit. Kelly's come and talked about that. We are here today. I think we need to act on it. As Mr. Simpson mentioned, talking about baseball, but I love the idea of marrying it with soccer. And I mean, you have a large number of kids in this city that will be excited about baseball and soccer. So let's move on with this. Thank you.
Thanks. Councillor Hawkins, close off debate.
Nothing further. I appreciate the thoughtful questions of Councillor
Thank
and
you.
the answers of the delegation. I'd ask the support.
Clerk, should you call the vote? Oh, certainly. A point of clarity. Go right ahead.
Okay. I just want to make sure, we keep saying this, but the motion says the $2.5 million are committed to. Now, are we saying that because we want DCG to have some kind of tangible thing to go out to get money? The way this is, it says that if DCG raises 5 million, we have to commit 2.5 million. So that's how I'm reading it, and I'm struggling with that, and it's been back and forth, and it's, well, maybe, but
Okay,
is there
questions asked. I get it.
No, but is there any way that we can put in here a friendly amendment to say that this commitment is based on?
Debate's closed, so no. Clarification is okay, but the debate is closed.
So clarification.
One more time. Go ahead.
Clarification is the answer was given earlier, clause 4 indicates that this will come back to City of Regina Council for final approval before anything other than the 30,000 is triggered.
And we're going to put council in here? We don't have it right now.
Yeah, it's a friendly amendment, it's in.
It's in now?
It's in. Thank you.
Okay.
Clerk, you start the vote.
Councillor Mole in favor.
Thank you, Councillor Mole.
Mayor Masters, the motion is passed in a vote of 8-2. Those voting in favor were Councillors Hawkins, Stadnichuk, Findura, Mancinelli, Mole, Bresciani, Nelson, and yourself, Mayor Masters. Voting against were Councillors LeBlanc and Zakidniak.
Thank you very much, Council. We'll be back in 15 minutes. I will see you at 4:31. Council, we'll come back. We'll now consider item CR 24-96, zoning bylaw amendment, 1602, 1650 Winnipeg Street. Can I have Councillor Vendura introduce the report?
Okay. Mayor, at the Planning Commission discussed the report in April 2024 for council approved the zoning amendment for 1602 Winnipeg Street North for mixed large market zone. The owner approached the city, asked for rezoning to take 1650 Winnipeg Street and change, so both addresses are under one zone, to change the mixed high-rise zone. That means that this zone would be better suited to accommodate intended development for that area. Planning Commission seeks concurrence, agreed with the recommendation, and Planning Commission seeks concurrence. Mayor?
Thank you very much. Can I have someone move the report? Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. Can I have someone second it? Thank you, Councillor Stanachuk. Any questions from council members? Thank you. Councillor Mancinelli, please go ahead.
I guess not a question, just want to speak to it and moving the report. This is a good local business started by a good North End boy. Known him for quite a few years, but no conflict of interest involved in it other than him being a good, honest Regina boy, doing good for his business and looking to expand. I encourage everyone to support this. Very successful entrepreneur behind this. That would be a conflict.
Thank you. I don't see any other questions. Do you want to also close off debate, Councillor Mancinelli?
Nope, I spoke highly enough of that guy already. I'm not saying nothing else nice.
All right, thanks. Clerks, can you start the vote?
Mayor Masters, the motion carries 9-0.
Thank you very much to the clerks. We're now going to deal, oh, one moment, please. All right, we'll now consider the public hearing and public notice bylaw related to the previous reports, CR 24-96. I'm going to ask Deputy Mayor Mancinelli to do the first reading of bylaw number 2024-40, the Regina zoning amendment bylaw.
Sure can. I move seconded by Councillor Stanachuk that 2024-49, the Regina zoning amendment bylaw, 24, number 12, be introduced and read a first time.
Thank you. Clerks, can I ask you to start the vote?
Mayor Masters, first reading passes 9-0.
Thank you very much. I will call upon the clerk to speak to the public hearing portion of this bylaw.
Thank you, Mayor. Council will now consider bylaw number 2024-49, which is proposed to amend the Regina zoning bylaw 2019 to facilitate future opportunities for commercial development on the subject lands and rezoning them from mixed large market zone to mixed high-rise zone. If there's anyone in the gallery who wishes to address council at this time, I would ask them to indicate their interest. There is no one, Mayor Masters.
Thank you to the clerk. Deputy Mayor Mancinelli, can you please do second reading of the bylaw?
I sure can. I move seconded by Councillor Hawkins that bylaw number 2024-49 be read a second time.
Thank you to Deputy Mayor Mancinelli. Does any member of council have any questions? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to start the vote.
Mayor Masters, second reading passes 9-0.
Thank you to the clerks. Deputy Mayor Mancinelli, can you please do consent for third reading at this meeting?
I move, seconded by Councillor Bresciani, the council hereby consent to bylaw number 2024-49 going to third reading at this meeting.
Thank you very much. Clerks, can you start the vote?
Mayor Masters, unanimous consent to proceed to third reading at this meeting has been achieved with all members present voting in favor.
Thank you very much to the clerks. Deputy Mayor Mancinelli, please do final reading of the bylaw.
I move, seconded by Councillor Fringer, that bylaw number 2024-49 be read a third time.
Clerks, can you start the vote, please?
Mayor Masters, third reading has passed in a vote of 9-0.
Thank you very much to the clerks. One moment, please, Council. We will now consider bylaw number 2024-39, the taxi amendment bylaw 2024. This bylaw was tabled from June 26 City Council, at which time the public hearing for this bylaw was also held. This bylaw had its first and second readings done at June 26th meeting, but failed at consent for third reading, as the vote was not unanimous as required by law. We'll do third and final reading for this bylaw. Deputy Mayor Mancinelli, can you please do final reading of the bylaw?
Okay, I moved, seconded by Councillor LeBlanc, that bylaw number 2024-39 be read a third time.
Thank you very much. Clerks, can you start the vote?
Mayor Masters, third reading has been defeated. Those voting in favor were Councillors Stadnichuk, LeBlanc, Zakidniak, and Bresciani. Voting against were Councillors Hawkins, Findura, Mancinelli, Nelson, and yourself, Mayor Masters.
Thank you very much. We'll now consider item CR 24-97, the lease to Christ the King Church. Deputy Mayor Mancinelli, can you please introduce the report?
Sure. We talked about this at Executive Committee the other day. What's happened here is there was a land trade that went on. It brought some unrest to the historic use of the parking lot that we're talking about right now. To rectify the situation, we're going into a low-cost lease with the church mentioned, Christ the King. And basically, there's a little bit of duty behind that to help keep the parking lot in athletic field shape, which doesn't come with a big cost because that's not a great, it's not a hard hurdle to leap. It's a low-hanging fruit to achieve that, and there shouldn't be any problems or monetary obligations because of it. So I encourage everyone to approve this.
Thank you very much. Can I get someone to move this? Thank you, Councillor Nelson, seconded by Councillor Stadnichuk. Does anyone have any questions about this report? Seeing none, does the mover wish to... No, we're good. Okay. Clerks, can I ask you to call the question?
Mayor Masters, the motion is passed 9-0.
Thank you very much to the clerks. We'll now consider item CR 24-90, the Water Network Expansion Project Debt Financing. Deputy Mayor Mancinelli, could you please introduce the report?
Okay, so this is a report concerning the water network expansion for the safety of the Regina water for residents. There was one portion of the expansion noted and accounted for originally. Due to growth, it's been recommended that we go over and above that initial recommendation to a second stage of the expansion. With this comes a need for debt to cover it off, and that's where this starts talking about is how to look after the cost behind this expansion that's needed for security of water.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor Mancinelli. Can I have someone move this report? Thank you, Councillor Bresciani, seconded by Councillor LeBlanc. Thank you so much. Councillor Bresciani, did you wish to speak?
No. No, thank you.
Okay. Councillor Nelson, please go ahead.
I just have a question. I remember this came up before. I had voted against it. We don't, the first one, trying to remember, and I'm sorry I don't have my notes in front of me. The second water tank is for when you expand, what is the population that we need to expand to for the second one? To the chair.
Thank you, Councillor Nelson.
Does that make sense?
Deputy City Manager Curtis Stoney, please go ahead.
Through you, Mayor Masters, the projections was that the second tank would be needed in approximately 10 years. I don't have the exact population in my head, but I can say that the second tank is under construction right now, so both tanks are being constructed as we speak.
But just be clear, we don't need the second one for about 10 years. Am I correct? Through the chair?
Through you, Mayor Masters. So the way that we size these is based on our population, and we look to have about 2 times our average daily flow in our reservoirs. And so based on our population projections, that second tank would be needed in about 10 years to meet that regulation. But having the second tank now does provide us more resiliency and operational benefits.
Okay, so can you just expand on that a little further? Because I don't know if I quite understood exactly how that second tank, because it's actually going to benefit the flow. Is that correct now, through the chair?
Through you, Mayor Masters. So having the second tank now gives us more water in storage, and so we are 60 kilometers away from Buffalo Pound water treatment plant, and so there's always a risk that something will happen at Buffalo Pound and that we won't have a steady supply of water coming from them. So having the second tank now gives us more water in the city of Regina and more resiliency during a major tornado that could come through or any kind of natural disaster.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Doyne. Thank you, Councillor Nelson. Any other member of council have any questions? All right. Seeing none. Councillor Bresciani, I assume you're good? All right. Clerks, can you start the vote?
Mayor Masters, the motion passes 9-0.
Thank you to the clerks. We'll now consider bylaw number 2024-46, the Regina Administration Amendment Bylaw 2024. I will ask Deputy Mayor Mancinelli to do first reading of the bylaw.
Thank you. I move, seconded by Councillor Nelson, that bylaw number 2024-46 be introduced and read a first time.
Thank you. Clerks, could you start the vote?
She's busy eating. Mayor Masters, first reading passes in a vote of 9-0.
Thank you very much to the clerks. Deputy Mayor Mancinelli, can you please do second reading of the bylaw?
I move, seconded by Councillor Zakiniak, the bylaw number 2024-46 be read a second time.
Thank you. I'm going to ask, does any member of council have any questions? We just covered this, probably not, hey? All right, clerks, can you please start the vote?
Mayor Masters, second reading is passed in a vote of 9-0.
Excellent. Deputy Mayor Mancinelli, can you please do consent for third reading of the bylaw?
I sure can. I move, seconded by Councillor LeBlanc, that council hereby consent to bylaw number 2024-46 going to third reading at this meeting.
Excellent. Clerks, can you start the vote?
Mayor Masters, unanimous consent to proceed to third reading has been achieved with all members having voted in favor.
Excellent. Acting Deputy Mayor Mancinelli, can you please do final reading of the bylaw?
I move, seconded by Councillor Stadichuk, that bylaw number 2024-46 be read a third time.
Clerks, can you please start the vote?
Mayor Masters, third reading passes in a vote of 9-0.
Thank you very much to the clerks. We will now consider tabled item CR 24-51, potential allocation of investment income to reserves. This item was tabled from a multitude of meetings, but lastly, July 9th, I guess, meeting of City Council. Can I have Deputy Mayor Mancinelli please introduce the report?
I would. I just want to bring it up, and my computer's not cooperating for a
All right.
second here.
We'll give you a
Sorry.
second. Apologies, it's CR 24-51. From an Audit and Finance Committee report.
Man, I hate this computer sometimes. Okay,
Would you like me to turn your mic off?
Here we go, here we go. Yeah, no, I'm good. I just didn't want to get my, my name and my reserves wrong. So basically, our investment income has always come to the city and been dispersed in a general basis, kind of usually leading up to some type of a mill rate increase at tax time, or to cover off deficiency within the budget, and not necessarily in a transparent manner that everyone in Regina understands how it's been moved through. This piece of policy would change that. It would make things go back into the general reserve at a 50% rate, as well as the asset revitalization reserve at a 50% rate. So we wouldn't have basically a slush fund to kind of control any problems that show up. We'd have to answer the problems, but always, always, always replenish our savings in the city. Sometimes we might pull those savings out once again to adjust for the problems we encountered, but this would make that money move in a more transparent manner for the people of the city to realize how their money is being spent. It becomes more important because the investment income has grown, because administration's done a great job of updating the procedure for how they invest the money they have saved on behalf of the residents of Regina to get more bang for the buck out of that money. And so it becomes a more important thing to properly use that windfall in, like I say, a transparent and open-ended manner for everyone to understand how the money's being spent on their behalf. Is that a clear explanation there? Is it thorough?
I think so.
That's all I got to say then.
Can I have someone move the report, please? Thank you, Councillor Hawkins, seconded by Councillor Stanachuk. Councillor Hawkins, did you wish to speak to this?
Nothing further.
All right, Councillor Stanachuk, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you. And through the chair, just a question that originally there had been a proposal that share of investment income going into different reserves was going to be at 75% of the asset revitalization reserve and 25% general fund. What's before us now is 50-50, and I just wanted to hear why that was changed.
Yeah, I think this was what Ms. Lacey and I worked out. It was actually Mr. Lacey that recommended that we do 50% into the general fund reserve and 50% into the asset reserve. 2023, I think, was the first full year of the investment policy that was passed by this council coming into effect. And so there's this particular budgeted amount, and it's $9-some million. But we actually earned an extra $10 million over and above that. And so in that scenario, that $10 million would have went 5 and 5. But what Mr. Lacey's point was is just allowing the flexibility in the general fund reserve in the event that there was a major snowstorm, or, to Mr. Doney's part, a natural disaster, or something comes up that you need to draw on, that there were sufficient, that direction of those funds in the GFR was important.
Okay, yeah, I understand that now, and it makes sense, because we do need to build up that general fund reserve. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
That's all I have.
Councillor Zakiniak.
Okay, I just want to reiterate my understanding of some other changes from the original report. And I did speak with Councillor Mancinelli about this prior, but it's been a bit now. And also to clear this up for anybody watching, because the initial report said, oh, if you reallocate the investment income, that will require, administration had noted, a 2.3% mill rate increase. And my understanding is that's not the case. And additionally, administration had also, the original recommendation to Audit and Finance was actually, why don't we bring you back, administration, why doesn't administration bring back a long-term strategy instead of committing to it right now? So I guess I'm looking for an explanation from the chair for the benefit of everyone about what transpired since, And then if administration can just confirm that, and that would be helpful just to clear up an understanding of what occurred since then. Does that make sense?
Yeah, Councilor Mancinelli, go ahead.
You know what, through the side of the Audit and Finance Committee, there wasn't a lot of debate about this. There was talk about it, but it was, if it's a one-sided issue, everyone's agreeing on it. It's not a debate, it's a conversation. So I'm going to call it a conversation. Administration's always had to protect its budget. I know that this money's come in handy. They have a lot of stress on them for the spends council agrees to. This takes some of that discretion away, but it puts it back on the shoulders of a transparent policy that council's responsible for. So that's kind of the ins and outs.
And I think I can speak a little bit to the iteration. I think when it first came out, it was, hey, if there's investment income being earned off reserves, then it should be, that investment income should be going into the reserves that they're earning the interest on. We actually have a policy around one of our particular reserves to that extent. What Mr. Lacey was able to clarify was that they actually work, given the performance, they've always worked some of that income into the actual operating budget because, you know, it's a conservative number, but they put a number in. And so I think the first partial year was an extra $5 million. Last year was an extra $10 million. So they budgeted $9 million out of investment allocation. They made 20, so they made an extra $10 million. So his request, that's the iteration, his request was, because we clarified it at council when council referred it to administration and audit and finance. And so when we were on the audit, when we were in the audit and finance meeting, that was the conversation around it gave him a little bit more comfort if it was a 50-50 split, and that's kind of where it came around. But essentially there is excess, not maybe every year, but for the last 2 years, there's an excess investment income over what's been budgeted, and so just where to allocate that as opposed to disappearing into the ether. It's still accessible upon request and approval by council.
Yeah. And just sounds good. And so then just a final confirmation from administration that they are not saying that if we do this, that it'll require a 2.3% mill rate increase.
Ms. Crawley?
Through the chair, I would say no. It doesn't, if we move the excess amount over the budgeted amount for the investment income, it is the budgeted amount that is used to balance the operating budget. However, in prior year in 2023, we did have a deficit, and the excess investment revenue was used to reduce that deficit amount. So potentially, we could send 50% of that increase into the general fund reserve and then have to take it out for deficit purposes if we have increased expenses that we aren't anticipating. So I'm not sure that answers your question, but short answer is no, we don't automatically need a mill rate increase.
Yeah, I heard the part that made the most sense to me was the part where you said we could take money out of the general fund reserve if needed, and that would be essentially the last resort and of worst case scenario sort of situations. Okay. Okay, I just wanted to confirm that now that Mr. Lacey's here, that understanding is still accurate, my understanding, and so, yeah, I'm fine. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilor Bresciani, go ahead, please.
Thank you very much. Can I just ask, do you see any risks in doing this either way, just from your perspective, through the chair?
Through the chair, it does reduce some of the flexibility in year for administration if there are unforeseen expenses. If we are taking money back out of the reserve at the end of the year for a deficit, or if we have huge snowfalls or something that we need for operating dollars, we have to come back to council for approval to take those funds out. But it does introduce a different level of accountability around our operating budgets as well. So,
okay, Ms. Anderson, do you want to respond?
Through you, Mayor Masters, I would just say that this is one that I welcome. I think one of the things I want to say is as council starts to get better reporting, it also means we're getting better internal reporting because it starts internal and goes out. And so I I think it's good both for administration and for council to actually have conversations about how we're funding different deficits rather than administration just being able to make the decision, frankly, and council not being involved in those deeper conversations about how did we get a balanced budget, or how did we end up in a $2.3 million deficit versus a $6.4 million deficit because we used extra investment interest. So I would say, for me, I welcome this one, and I will say absolutely internally, does it reduce flexibility? Yes, but I think it is beyond fair to ask for that accountability from administration about how we're funding different things.
That's great. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor. Thank you. Councillor Hawkins, you move this report. Did you wish to close off debate?
Nothing further.
Thank you. Clerks, could you call the vote?
Mayor Masters, the motion passes 9-0.
Thank you very much. We will now consider item CR 24-11, appointment to Regina Exhibition Association Limited Board of Directors. I'll have the clerk introduce the report.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. With Barry Lacey's departure and resignation as a member of the interim board of directors for the Regina Exhibition Association Limited, it is incumbent upon council to appoint another person. It is being recommended that Charlene Callender be appointed as a voting director to the board for the period ending September 30th, 2024, or until such time as a successor is appointed. Ms. Callender is currently a senior financial advisor with the city and has extensive and considerable experience at the executive level in various financial roles. In addition to being a chartered professional accountant, past positions have included a vice president at the Liquor and Gaming Authority, a director of finance at SaskTel, and the vice president and CFO at Innovation Place.
Thank you very much to the clerks. Can I have someone move the report, please? Thank you, Councillor LeBlanc, seconded by thank you, Councillor Nelson. Mover, did you wish to speak to the report? Okay. Any member of council have any questions? Seeing none, clerks, you start the vote.
Mayor Masters, the motion passes 9-0.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much to the clerks. One moment, please, council. Thank you, Council. We'll now consider item CR 24-93, the Transportation Master Plan Progress Report. Yeah, Councillor Mancinelli, you had asked for this to be removed from the consent agenda. Did you wish to introduce, please?
Thank you, Mayor Masters. This was moved through on the consent agenda for receive and file. After we debated this previously last week, I kind of sat and thought about it for a while. The first thing I have to ask is comparing the map to the charts of work, I noticed an error. Is that something I have to correct right now? Is that a good idea to do?
I think you can point it out.
Okay.
It can't be fixed right now. I just want to set that expectation.
Right okay. In the northwest corner, looking at the planning for Armour Road, it shows Armour Road being repaired or fixed or brought up to grade all the way from Diefenbaker to the bypass on the map. but on the verbiage in the chart, it says Armour Road only to the CP rail line. And I didn't know which was meant and which was being planned for on this long-term planning document, so I just wanted to flag that as attention. The real reason I brought it off of the consent agenda is because I want to change the recommendation for a receive and file. I want to make a couple changes. It was set to be brought back to council in 5 years. Council term is 4 years. Looking at the long-term nature of this plan and how the document's supposed to be used to facilitate our 5 and our 10-year capital plans, I don't think that a 5-year review is fair to elected officials for the long-term planning of the city that they're given influence over in their term. So I think that that term has to be adjusted for the realities of the elected cycle of officials, number one. And number two, looking at the nature of the document, it's talked about using the document to build the budgets that we all approve as a council. It talks about the document citing the long-term planning strategy of the 5-year capital plan. I think that at budget time, this document should be brought forth in its livelihood till it's done the review, and it should have a couple columns added to it for the costing that's been invested for the different projects that it denotes and that are being invested in by that 5-year budget, as well as the accomplishment in that term from when the money started to be invested. So basically, we would be using this plan that we're devising and working through it in a budget process to make the plan worthwhile, but also the budget worthwhile. If this is the plan we're putting the budget to for the long-term success of the city, we should be working off it as a real and realistic plan that we're using. And that's why I pulled it off the consent agenda today.
Okay, so in terms of what you're moving, as opposed to a receive and file, you would move...
Well, they have an option too there that's a here, I'm just trying to get that part of the report again. Sorry, I was flagging through as I was talking to get to Armour Road there. I'm just going to go to the 2 action statements. To the body. So option 2, an alternative reporting structure. Executive Committee may direct administration follow an alternative reporting frequency and structure than the current 5-year update schedule. So I'd like to move it with option 2 of an alternative reporting structure. Once again, I don't think I'm the only person here with an idea or a thought. I would think either a 3 or a 4-year time frame would line up with people being elected having say on the long-term planning of the city. So I think that would kind of line up with the political nature of this position for the responsibility to it. So it'd be the first part of option 2, kind of hoping a couple people speak to it and I can firm up either a 3 or a 4-year. If no one's going to speak to it, I'll say 3 years.
Can I debate this with you right now?
You can. That's what I wanted to
I
do.
have questions. Actually, no, I just have questions. I'm sorry. I'll second it. Because we're going to work this out.
Okay.
I think you make a valid point. Next council could see this report within the first 6 months, like just introduce this report within the first 6 months. And if it was a 4-year cycle as opposed to a 5-year cycle, they would see it. This report that even if it's 6 months old, I think it's valid. This is a good report. So just say that by the end of Q1 of 2025, that this specific report is presented to the next council so that they're brought up to speed and don't have to go fishing for this. And that put it on a 4-year cycle because it should come back then, they could see the update.
I'd be totally happy with the first quarter of a new council and the last quarter of a new council, and that way you'd have a little timeline for what you have achieved in your term. I think that'd be great. Sorry for not having this worked out, but I pulled it off the consent agenda and I didn't want to make it a unilateral recommendation.
Oh, we could just table this report to Q1 of 2025. Oh, sorry, I'm going to ask administration, do you need this approved today? Like, is there a reason that, other than a receive and file? So if we were to table it, then it would automatically come back to inform next council about the good work that's in here? Is that?
Through you, Mayor Masters, yes.
Yeah, okay, well, that's different, that's why I wanted to separate. Oh, sorry, hang on, sorry, yeah, there's a part 2 to this, sorry, I appreciate that.
Yeah, I also kind of mentioned making it part of a budget document to work off of in that term.
I think it's the appendix. Yeah. I think it's the list of work, and we'd asked this question during, it's not the full report.
No.
You're looking for the progress report on project description.
Totally.
It's really just this.
Totally. A little bit of costing behind it, so there's some resolution for what those words mean, and then how that works through in the term for what's being completed and taken on. Yeah, I agree. That's
I
exactly
don't know,
what I was
I don't think I can table the complete report then.
Okay.
Okay, never mind. But the whole portion is to present this to the next council by the end of Q1 of 2025. But you want this, because this goes to 2040. All of these projects are on the slate for till 2040, but there's no, needs to be a column saying the general, what section of 5-year plan.
A portion of them cross over with the 5-year capital plan, and that comes in every budget book. But just to take it a step further, to provide information on the plan as a whole and how that comes in out of the 5 and the 10-year capital plan, so it's more information and more understanding of those who might not be in this room receiving all the direct information we do.
Ms. Anderson, is this, Ms. Dawson?
You know what, can I start and then let Ms. Dawson jump in? The only thing I'm wondering about is that, first of all, what you're asking for is absolutely fair and reasonable. It is also tied, frankly, to the work that we're doing through the Audit and Finance Committee on better reporting of capital projects. And these are a lot of those programs, frankly, that are under those, the larger buckets. So what I would say is, as I've been working a little bit with it internally, there's process work that needs to go deeply into that. That's tied to the work that we're doing for you for the Audit and Finance Committee. And what I would ask for is to let us do that work first, and then it would be really easy to add that here. My concern is that right now, today, it would be really hard to populate these with our current processes, but I can say once we get the technology changed, and frankly there's process changes as well, it will very much simplify our ability to put on time, on budget to all of these things.
Appreciate that, and that's the exact type of variance we've been working for the transparency, and your cooperation is very much appreciated. The suggestion's fine by me. Could I take that as an undertaking by the tone you've taken? Appreciate that.
So can I go back to, we'll table this to Q1 of 2025?
Totally agreeable with that. Thanks for the cooperation.
You good with that? Yeah. Okay, so the work is already being undertaken. I think that Councillor Mancinelli was getting at as it relates through some of the capital carry forward reporting and capital reporting on audit and finance and budgeting work. So it's a table motion on the floor to table this to Q1 of 2025, frankly, just to educate the next council.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no debate. Can you call the vote, please?
Mayor Masters, the tabling motion is passed 9-0.
Excellent, thank you very much. Thank you. 1 second. All right, Council, I will call upon Councillor Hawkins to read notice of motion MN 24-13, Creative City Center funding.
Thank you, Mayor. Therefore be it resolved that the administration be directed to, 1, approve a capital contribution of $100,000 in 2024 from the Strategic Initiatives budget to elevate the City Center Creative Annual Operating Grant to Community Partner status with a contribution of $50,000 for the 2025-26 budget. And 3, report back to Executive Committee on May 2025 on the concept of shifting from the current arts grant program to a service provider agreement model for arts funding from the City of Regina.
Thank you very much. All questions and discussions are held until August 21st, 2024 City Council meeting. I'll call upon Councillor LeBlanc to read notice of motion MN 24-14, emergency shelter reconsideration. Go ahead, sir.
Pardon me, I'm just...
Please go ahead.
Therefore, be it resolved that Council reconsider CR 24-60 and the related undertakings raised by Council at the August 21, 2024 Council meeting.
Perfect. Thank you, sir. We'll now consider bylaw number 2024-48, the Cemeteries Amendment Bylaw 2024, number 2. I will ask Deputy Mayor Mancinelli to do first reading of the bylaw.
Okay, I move seconded by Councillor Hawkins that bylaw number 2024-48 be introduced and read a first time.
Excellent. Ask the clerks to start the vote.
Mayor Masters' first reading passes 9-0.
Thank you very much. Deputy Mayor Mancinelli, can I have you please do second reading of the bylaw?
By Councillor Bresciani, that bylaw number 2024-48 be read a second time.
Does any member of council have any questions about this bylaw amendment? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to start the vote.
Mayor Masters' second reading is passed 9-0.
Thank you very much. Deputy Mayor Mancinelli, can you please do consent for third reading at this meeting?
I move seconded by Councillor Findura that Council hereby consent to bylaw number 2024-48 going to third reading at the meeting.
Thank you. Clerks, can you start the vote, please?
Mayor Masters, unanimous consent required to proceed to third reading at today's meeting has been achieved with all members voting in favor.
Thank you very much. Deputy Mayor Mancinelli, can you please do final reading of the bylaw?
I move seconded by Councillor LeBlanc that 2024-48 go to be read a third time.
Thank you. Clerks, can you please start the vote?
Mayor Masters' third reading is passed 9-0.
Thank you very much. Council, can I have a motion to adjourn? Thank you very much. Moved by Councillor Hawkins, seconded by Councillor Vendura. All those opposed? Seeing, you're opposed? Okay. Councillor Statichuk, I'll record your vote as opposed, just to be a rebel. Passed. Have a good few weeks holidays, Council.